this. Come and run again. We wanna dose of this. Right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게. Loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I started talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my glow, 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 glow. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go.
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아. 근데 수워서 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm trouble and you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our semifinals of the midseason showdown. Machi taking on Flash, VCS last hope in the form of that team. Otherwise, we could be just seeing a repeat of PCS finals. Welcome everybody to the Global English Broadcast. I'm Opal, joined alongside Abriz. Had you yesterday. Now we come back here and get ourselves set up for our semifinals. What were some of your key takeaways that you saw between these two teams, especially in the performances yesterday in day two?
Yeah, key takeaways, night and day between the pair of them. Machi, after an uninspiring day one, out the gate swinging for day two, 3-0 on that scoreboard, while Flash, 0-3, absolutely winless. The only victory for GAM Esports was taken off of this rather disjointed Flash team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flash just seemed to be kind of falling backwards there. It was kind of GAM's day that they showed up, but unfortunately, we didn't get to see GAM take any more victories. They were close to taking down Talon, and the fact that they weren't able to force a tiebreaker between them and Team Flash, and that's why Team Flash is here over them. Let's go ahead and take a look, actually, toward the standings and how the results all panned out. At the top of the leaderboard, it was, of course, Talon that was able to take home 5 wins, only losing once, and that was to Machi. Surprise, surprise, their head-to-head is now 1-1. Machi in second place with 4 wins and 2 losses, and Flash was able to make it into third with 2 wins and 4 losses.
Yeah, rounding out the table will have been GAM. As we said before, the only victory that they took during this entire group stage was over their countrymates in Team Flash.
And now we take a look toward the playoffs itself, and it is going to be Machi taking on Flash. I didn't realize we changed their name to Mac, but nonetheless, it's all good. Machi, it's in there. It makes sense. Of course, the victor here will move on to our grand final, going up against Talon.
Yeah, and of course, if Machi do proceed here, it will be a rematch of the PCS finals, while if Flash do make it through in a bit of an upset, it will be the first seed from each region, which is pretty hype, regardless of the result we get.
Well, and for me also, too, this matchup itself is pretty hype. We now have Ego making his debut for Flash and in pro play. Now, arguably, he is going up what is likely considered the best jungler currently in the tournament in the form of Gemini, who's really stepped up to the table.
Yeah, Gemini has been fantastic on that Graves especially, and we took a look at Ego. Of course, he has no competitive experience, as you said, very much a rookie, but he has also been playing that Graves in the solo queue pretty much non-stop over the course of the past 3 weeks.
Well, let's take a look at the rosters. Machi, they're going to be starting pretty much everyone that we have seen here. PK, Gemini, Mission, Bruce, and Koala. This team has been able to pick up on the right foot yesterday, winning all 3 of their games in the second round robin. And like I mentioned, we got to see some good carry performances coming out of Mission as well as Gemini.
Yeah, we're hyped about Gemini in particular, but then we're looking at that man in the mid lane, Mission in the middle. He is so good for them. We have PK on the screen right now, who looked pretty uninspiring at times on the Jace, but if he can hold his own, if the bot lane can hold their own, as you said, that mid-jungle duo for Machi can really just cement their final showing.
Yeah, and for Machi, I think as long as they're able to maintain kind of the momentum that we saw yesterday, you know, being able to play smart in particular, especially from Gemini, the fact that anytime Machi has been, you know, forced to be on the defensive, having to receive some aggression from their opponents, Gemini's always been somewhere else on the map, at least trading even, so Machi doesn't fall behind in the early game.
And it was really weird to me because we saw him like trade a Drake when the enemy team committed top. We saw him trade a Rift Herald more than once when the enemy team committed bot. And then we also saw him play the split push for a little bit at times as well. This guy is so objective focused, and I like that he keeps his head on what's important in the long term, even if the rest of the map has devolved into this kind of skirmish-centric, fight all the time kind of playstyle that, you know, is refreshing to see, is cool to see. It's really hype to watch these Titans clash repeatedly, but Gemini having that macro in mind is really, really important for Machi's victory.
Yeah, it seems like come patch 10.10, he's been able to find solid footing, and I think he's had himself a rather impressive showing when it comes to this tournament. On the other side of the rift, though, we're going to be taking a look to Team Flash. And Team Flash, the remaining VCS squad, Unfortunately for Gam, they weren't able to make it into this round, having Stark in the top lane, Ego making his debut as a pro player, and then Naul in the mid lane, Slater on AD carry, and then Pallet down in support.
And looking at Flash, it's not all doom and gloom. Yes, they are the underdogs heading into this, but they had a good day one. They beat Machi handily in that first day of the event, so there's still the possibility for this team to show up. And Stark in the top lane, tournament of his life on day one, kind of the performance we expected from him in day two. And now I'm looking at that bot lane of Flash in particular to finally show up on this international stage.
Yeah, because unfortunately, that's kind of the one thing that we have found on the side of Flash is Slater himself. We came in here, we've been hyping him up nonstop, but unfortunately, we've only seen a small glimpse here and there of him almost being able to carry. We finally got to see the Kaisa yesterday, but it wasn't all that impressive. Unfortunately, the build path was more single target when they needed to go for a large amount of damage across the team. So we'll see what the plan is here from Flash, as Ego does play a lot of hyper-aggressive junglers in solo queue, was able to make it to Challenger on the Korean server this week. And we'll see if he's able to bring over some of that momentum as we get into pick and bans for Game 1. Machi on your blue side, Team Flash on the red. Set and Callista banned out by Machi. Flash looks like Mission won't be able to pick up the LeBlanc there in mid lane, nor the Varus for Bruce.
I think you just ban Graves here if you are Flash. Looking at the bot lane bans, yeah, these bot laners are pretty proficient. Bruce, however, his misfortune has gone pretty much untouched, and that was his go-to pick during the PCS, so it's pretty, peculiar that we haven't seen it whacked out all that much in this international stage of the event. But the Graves still open for both of these junglers.
And is first pickable here, and Gemini has done that himself already. Machi are comfortable showing that immediately and picking that up. They feel like it has a lot of good priority when it comes into the jungle, and Gemini has a ridiculous KDA on it too. I think the last 2 games he sat at something like 8-1 and 8 on multiple appearances, so he's comfortable on the champion. For Flash though, do we get to see this Syndra? Yeah, it is going to be locked in immediately here for likely Naul.
So first rotationing Syndra is something that I'm a huge fan of because you can flex it around. The issue is that Slater doesn't tend to play these mage bot laners, and if you lock an AD carry next to it, it is pretty obvious that it is going to the mid lane, so you lose a bit of that mystery, but at the same time it's safe enough and you take away that PCS power pick of the Aphelios.
True. Bruce himself, though, has a pretty deep pool when it comes to his AD carries. Can always fall back onto something like that, Ezreal, if he really wanted to. We've also seen him not be afraid to pick up a niche pick here and there. For Machi, though, this would be a pretty good power pick for themselves, as well as a comfort pick for Mission, as the Zoe is going to get locked in.
That is such a good pick for Mission. You saw him take over the game yesterday in Machi's upset victory over Talon, and yeah, just control the mid lane from there on out. And speaking of mid lane, by the way, any team that bans LeBlanc as a team with Naul basically halves his champion pool, because he plays Zoe, he plays LeBlanc, and the fact that they've now put him on the Syndra suggests that we could see him out of his comfort zone.
But for speaking of comfort zones, for your debut game, Ego is going to go ahead and get his Lee Sin locked in.
I like the Lee Sin here because it remedies an otherwise kind of shaky mid-jungle 2v2 from the side of Flash. This means that Ego can now reinforce the Syndra, contest the Grave Zoe, and, make a legitimate case for a good skirmish around that middle of the map.
Well, on to our next round of bans. Lots of options still toward the bot lane. Support seem to be on the cutting block as the Blitzcrank is going to get taken out. We'll see what they want to do here on the side of Machi as well as Flash. Do we want to see that Thresh priority come back up once again, especially the fact that the Blitzcrank and now the Yuumi is taken away?
I do really want to see the Thresh come out, but Karma has been quietly super, super strong in that support role. I think Thresh would be a fantastic pick here, and the Blitzcrank and Nautilus bans do lend a lot of legitimacy to that pick, but at the same time, we've seen that Slater and Palette haven't actually gelled to the kind of standard that we'd expected of them. Slater needs something flashy, Aphelios can do that, but Palette has been avoiding playmakers like the plague.
Yeah, you see, there's going to be no hook down in that bot lane. No Nautilus, no Blitzcrank, and no Thresh, all coming out from Flash. So a lot of respect there also over there to Koala, who himself, during the regular season of the PCS, was able to exhibit some pretty good plays, as well as the Braum now being taken away. We are looking still toward those enchanters, like you mentioned.
So I like the Braum ban here from Machi because it means that suddenly playing through bot lane becomes a little bit, less appealing for the side of Flash because Braum gives you a winning 3v3. And that does mean that they could maybe be forced into playing through Stark, which is never a situation that this team is, 100% comfortable in doing, even with that pop-off performance on the Aurelia.
And if you lock in the Ornn here, most likely going up to Stark now into the top lane, you're pretty much screaming Slater has to carry this or Nayul has to be able to get the picks going. For Machi, I'd be shocked if we saw a Jace once again, but the fact that the top lane has likely been shown in the form of this Ornn, I'm a little bit more comfortable instead of them blind picking it.
Yeah, this is PK's comfort Aatrox as well, so it's what he goes back to. Has an insane win rate on it. And yeah, this is a matchup that he is certainly no stranger to. Looking at the Aatrox though, he does need 2 items to really come online, so look for Gemini to just play around bot side, play around mid side, and leave these top laners in isolation.
There we go though, Leona gonna get locked in for the bot lane of Machi, and now Bruce and Koala, they're screaming here. Level 6, if we're able to get you with a Solar Flare, big combo comes out and tries to force mount a lane. The Alistar is still up and available and might be just the fallback pickup here for Pallet.
I like it. It's got a lot of engage, it's got a lot of disengage, and it's got a lot of dive potential if Flash do want to dictate all of their attention towards the bottom lane. Support counterpick has been so important for a lot of these teams that do like to play a bot-centric kind of playstyle, and Flash, since losing Yoshino in favor of Stark during playoffs, has been a bot-centric team through and through.
So we'll see here what Flash wishes to do. I think that, of course, we're going to be watching how Ego is going to be pathing here in the early game. I want to see whether or not he wants to try and get hyper-aggressive into Gemini, try and, exhibit some of that aggression we've seen in his solo queue games over on the Korean server. Or, is he going to kind of fall back? Are we going to kind of see, the Lee Sin we sometimes see out of the PCS squads where it's a little bit more relaxed, it's more or less there for the counter ganks instead of trying to go for the 2v2s?
Any jungler that can reach Challenger on Korean server while having 90 ping and playing mechanically intense champions has my respect. Let me tell you that much at least. And yeah, it will be super cool to see how volatile that early Lee Sin kind of play is, because Graves has a much better time of farming camps, of playing the game out, of moving around the map. But if the Lee Sin can get some key ganks off early, he can snowball the game out of control like these VCS teams tend to like to do. And Machi being the slowest paced team of our, kind of members of the tournament is a good indication that there's potential for some pop-off in the early stages of the game of this Team Flash.
I'm just still interested for Flash here. You're still doing these roster changes. I get that, this isn't necessarily your regular season, but it is still a playoff series. And of course, there is still the option for them to sub out players mid-series. But I find it very interesting that you're saying, all right, we've held on to Ego this entire tournament. Now we're going to start him in our first game up against Machi that, again, took us down yesterday and also sweeped the second round robin compared to their performance yesterday, where it just kind of looks like they had fell apart on a lot of the win conditions they found on the first day.
And the thing about bringing Ego in over Yijin means you now have this additional carry dynamic kind of added, because Yijin, very cerebral player, moves around the map very well, but also defaults to kind of weird picks. Like, he was playing Nidalee before anyone else. He plays as Shyvana, he plays as Skarner, like we saw yesterday and in VCS so many times, farms up a Storm, and you're basically investing in an early skirmisher, an early ganker, and someone that can really give you that X factor of exploding the game before Machi get to their 25-minute teamfight comfort zone.
Yeah, so we'll have to see here. It looks like we're going to be getting into the game here quite shortly. Looks like there was just a small little bit of a ping issue on the load-in, so once we get that sorted, we'll get things underway. Of course, this is our semi-final matchup here for the mid-season showdown. Victor here will go up against Talon Esports. For Flash, final hope for the VCS, last team from the VCS in the tournament. I know if they get knocked out here, I know a lot of those fans will be disappointed. For the PCS fans, though, if we get a Machi victory, then we just get, the El Clasico when it comes to the PCS at this point. It's going to be Machi Talon, which, by the way, still have a tied head-to-head record over the course of spring, 7 games apiece. So they'll have a best of 5 to decide who can actually take home that tiebreaker possibly during this spring edition of the PCS, if we get that final, of course.
On the other hand, this is one heck of a trial by fire for Team Flash with this new roster. They brought in Naul for the additional international experience and running that new jungler in Ego, to say nothing of Palette bringing a new dynamic to the bot lane, this all-star support that still doesn't have synergy, but, you know, has a lot of potential to grow. And yeah, just I want to talk about Ego some more and that mid-jungle 2v2, because if Flash do get this upset, if they do look good, then, you know, matching up against Talon's mid-jungle 2v2 is a whole nother story compared to Gemini and Mission. You have River and Candy, the Korean power duo that can really just take you by storm, and that will be a litmus test for how Team Flash's season will continue in summer.
Well, and that's a good point, too, because I feel like there is still a very strong 2v2 come from Machi. It's just Mission himself is a lot more passive when it comes to the lane phase. He rarely gives up solo kills in lane, often going on something that can scale over the course of the game, except for what we saw from his Zoe play yesterday, which, again, that was just Mission being Zoe and having himself a really good day. We saw that a couple times during the PCS. So if he's able to get comfort picks like that, that's always an option. But if we get later on to this series where, you know, he doesn't get that right away and he just falls back to something like his Azir or Corki, it's really hard to try and match that 2v2 because Mission and Gemini just usually don't give anything up to you.
Speaking of Azir and Corki, by the way, this is the first game in a while we've seen Mission's champion pool in that regard pretty much untouched in both bans and picks. The fact that a LeBlanc ban was given towards him does suggest that maybe Flash were really, really intent on picking up this Syndra and didn't have that much confidence in the skill matchup, because Syndra LeBlanc is very, very even, but if one player has a slight edge, it grows exponentially into just being completely favored in that champion's regard.
Yeah, and if anything, I think that's one big key takeaway that you could have looked at from the series that Talon had during their finals, actually, against Machi, where they found success by actually trying to target Mission a little bit more, get him off some of these comfort picks that he always had, like the Corki, like the Azir, and force him to have to, you know, play in lane a little bit more. Now, we have seen him at least bring out the Kassadin, which teams really didn't punish a whole lot yesterday, so I guess there's, you know, kind of a touch-and-go situation when it comes to the pickup there, but I find it interesting to see that Flash decided not to try and do that.
I mean, the thing about the Kassadin as well, by the way, is that I think it's throwing down the gauntlet saying, okay, play Kati if you want to. We'll just play something that can scale up against him and really take advantage of his neutralizing playstyle, because he won't punish me in lane in the 1v1. He'll stop me from roaming, but Kassadin doesn't need roaming, so that's, yeah, a really reliable pick. And I think that starting Naul is just an indication that Flash are maybe saying, look, they figured Kati out, they figured out our game plan with this player, let's get a little bit more of that X factor, and Ego's addition just adds further legitimacy to that claim.
Yeah, so we'll see here. Got good news for you, Briz. We're going to be loading on into the game here right away and get ourselves set for Game 1 between Machi Esports and Team Flash. We get for Flash some debut of Ego, his first professional game of League of Legends. Came in as a trainee for Flash. For Machi, they're looking to get back into that grand final, get that rematch against Talon, make a repeat of the PCS finals. Still going to take 3 victories here as we load on for Game 1.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
On to the Rift we are. Machi was able to take down Flash yesterday. Palette might want to be a little bit careful here. There's Leona in the brush waiting for him. Just going to pop out. Bruce is also roaming on over. So the headbutt actually having to be used immediately. Gemini still on top of him, and the bubble almost lands, and that's enough to force out a Flash here early on the side of Flash.
That being said, now Mission has bubble at level 1, so you have some pressure going back in Noel's favor, but losing that Flash on the Alistair nullifies your playmaking in lane pretty hard, and does mean that this support counter pick that Flash had saved all that time for, suddenly a little bit neutered for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, so not going to likely see any early level 1, level 2 shenanigans likely then coming out from the All-Star, unless, you know, Bruce and Koala like to play super far aggressed, or Koala tries to flash in, which, again, isn't out of the question, to say the very least. Koala has always been a little bit aggressive with his flashes in this tournament. I think for Flash, they want to try and do what they can to, I guess, repeat how they won against Machi the first time around, because Machi was able to fix up their mistakes when it came to day 2 of the group stage, and I kind of felt like Flash themselves kind of fell flat on day 2 overall.
Yeah, the thing about Flash versus Machi in that first day, they had 3 winning lanes at the end of it. They shouldn't have, but they did, and that was just pure skill matchup, skill matchup, skill matchup. I don't know if that was Machi being a little bit more disrespectful. Ego with his debut does miss his Q onto the blue buff, which is kind of unfortunate, but...
I'm going to really hope that isn't foreshadowing for the rest of this game. That's a... I'll be frank, blue buff usually doesn't move, so I'm just saying. On top of that, too, because of that early aggression where they were actually pathed up into the jungle, that did allow Machi to put down a quick ward right beside the blue, so they actually have a good idea where Ego currently is in his jungle pathing.
Yeah, and something that I noticed yesterday when we saw the Lee Sin Graves matchup was that occasionally you do see these Lee Sin players opt for the Tiamat rush rather than completing their jungle item immediately to kind of rival the Graves in terms of clear, in terms of farm, and keep up in that regard while also trying to apply the pressure in these early ganks.
Gemini already onto his red buff. I'm interested to see if we're going to see some action from him immediately. Already trying to path down toward the bot lane, but will likely just go ahead and get scuttle control unless Slater and Pallet get a little bit too aggressive. Actually, Koala able to land the Zenith Blade, and Pallet goes for the re-engage, but in here goes Gemini. Without that flash on the All-Star, it's going to be first blood going on over to Machi.
Yeah, Pallet biting off a little bit more than he could chew. There's a cleanse on Slater, by the way, so even if that fight had gone a little bit better, Palette was slim pickings for the side of Machi. I think the bot lane 2v2 would have gone their way. Just a bit of a commitment here. They tried to trade back onto Leona, who still had her W, the second part of it, active. Really mixed communication and poor decision-making from the all-star bot lane of Flash, who have yet to get some synergy under their belt.
And like that, too, it's going to be Gemini who strikes first on the map when it comes to the lane. So kind of continuing what we saw yesterday, as Ego's even trying to go for an invade, but the top side of the map was completely cleared out by Gemini, so isn't really going to gain a whole lot. Mission does spot this out, has to be a little bit careful. Naul, does he have enough for the scatter of the week? Oh, he does. But Mission did pick up a quick cleanse off the Spell Thief, so all is fine here, and Mission will be able to survive.
Yeah, Zoe, of course, getting a bit of movement speed when she does use that summoner spell that she steals. And yeah, that grants him enough to get the fancy footwork and get out of that QE combo from the Syndra. Nail's mana pool looking fairly suspect, though. Doesn't rock the TP or the spellbook that Mission is using. So that does mean that we now have a lot of pressure mid, but there's pressure top 2, and it's all in favor of Machi.
Oh no, Stark now going very far forward. Does have some mana. Gemini is just going to give him a little bit of damage there with the Q from the Graves. We'll see here. Machi already getting some deep vision down, a control ward onto the blue, and you can already feel like Machi know where they want to try and strike here. They want to try and jump in on top of Ego. Gemini already invading in onto the jungle, getting some decent damage. Mission over the wall is not going to go ahead and throw out the bubble. PK is also nearby. 3 members of Machi on the top side.
Something to note, by the way, is that this mid lane matchup is a skill matchup, but typically you see them both run Ignite and just slam into each other. The fact that we both have utility summoners this time around does mean that maybe it's a little bit quieter in that mid lane, but still gonna ring true in favor of whichever one of them can get a slight lead and snowball that pretty dramatically with some roams, with some side lane influence. But it is Zoe that side lane's better, that roams better, but has a slightly worse time of clearing out that mid wave.
On top of that, too, Ego, he does spot out that control ward, luckily. Meanwhile, mid lane, Gemini is just going to come on over and get some quick damage there onto Naul. Ego gets spotted out.
Gemini, credit to him. He's showed in every lane so far, applied the pressure, and farmed up a storm.
Yeah, no, currently sitting 33 CS so far, is pretty much even to Ego, who's been continually just farming away in his jungle, trying to get invades also onto Gemini, but just hasn't panned out. But let's see whether or not he's able to make a lane gank happen. Does he get spotted out with the control ward? Yes, he does. Some good vision early here from Machi has pretty much nullified any early pressure that Ego could apply on the map.
really like that Gemini has been shadowing whichever side of the map Ego has been on, but something to note is that Palette now has his flash available. This Alistair, I wanted to see Palette on a playmaker, and this isn't necessarily the big highlight reel worthy hook, but is still something with a lot more agency than a Yuumi lane. Now,
Oh, Nail almost able to get himself the ultimate off, but just wasn't able to get close enough, decided to hold on to his flash, and Mission being very defensive there. Lots of respect over to the Syndra, knowing he could get blown up if he's not careful, and there's a little bit of hope there in the mid lane there for Nail.
yeah, both summoners being popped by Mission there defensively. I mean, he used teleport to get back into lane leading up to that, but Nail convincingly chunking out this Zoe without having to commit the unleashed power does mean that this mid lane matchup is swinging in a direction we didn't really expect it to.
And even the fact that Flash was able to get the scuttle control on the bot side of the map, they didn't actually transition that immediately into a dragon, and Gemini actually just goes on over the wall, doesn't even get spotted by this, and that's going to be the first dragon going in favor of Machi.
Yeah, really beautiful use of the bot lane pressure coming through from Gemini there. As we said before, the man has just been insanely clean at securing these objectives, a lot more decisive than some of the other players in his role so far this tournament, and I do appreciate that. Even if it's not necessarily the most optimal decision sometimes, he's always committed to something, and that's a really, really good trait to have in a player that does dictate the pace of the game like a jungler.
Meanwhile, top lane, PK almost able to find himself a kill on Stark, but Stark gets himself back to safety. That's the one thing here up in this top lane, was Stark was starting to get himself a bit of a CS lead, but decides to leave the lane to try and get some vision down, so PK will be able to at least catch back up here. Koala, though, already looking to roam toward the top side of the map, and this is kind of the go-to play, looking for that first Rift Herald, and Ego once again gets spotted out by a control ward, so this Lee Sin, PK has full knowledge that Pallet is nearby, and he has full knowledge that the Lee Sin is also near. Has Koala coming on up. Call the Forge God is not going to land because Ego ended up kicking back PK, and now the rest of the team is going to collapse. Ego, unfortunately, down to no health. He'll get taken on down as PK is gone, and so is Mission able to delete Naul. Underneath the tower is PK. He finds himself another kill, and they're looking for the full dive. In the end, it's Koala that's able to take him on down. PK will live with a sliver of health, but Slater wants to trade back. That's some massive gold if he's able to kill Gemini. Unfortunately, it does not happen. And in the end, it's going to be 3 members of Flash for the 1 of Machi.
And that was very telegraphed because the Aatrox broke his freeze top. That meant that it was very likely the Machi were rotating up for this, and Palette, even though he had the onus on the roam, credit to him, it didn't pan out in the end. They're unable to damage down PK because you have an Alistair with no cooldowns, an Ornn that's a screen away, a Lee Sin that, never really was able to close the gap, and by the time the rest of Flash rotate, Machi already snowballing through this. This isn't the late game teamfight Aatrox reset, but it's enough that PK's unpressured, PK's out of there, and even though Slater tries to get the cleanup, nothing to be found in favor of Flash, but this is something that they can take as a consolation prize at least.
There you go. Rift Herald is going to be just rushed down by Flash, so they do trade back a neutral objective at the very least. It's not the end of the world. And considering the fact it is, a 4-kill lead, Machi haven't been able to completely snowball out of control. Flash still sitting about 1,500 gold down.
This is something we've come to expect. Gemini just on the opposite side of the map from the rest of his team. Got his mind on his money, farming up whatever he can, as we are channeling the Hex Flash mid.
Pallet, though, can't get close enough to Koala. Koala now realizing he's on top of a ward. Eagle was also nearby, so unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to transition that into a kill, and he goes back into his jungle.
This is my favorite thing to see, by the way. Engage support with Moby Boots rushed. Not something you see every day in recent metas, but still super volatile, super heavy, and something that really plays into the style of at least the VCS team. So Flash should be in their comfort zone. The only thing is they're down in gold. They're getting outscaled to a degree, especially in that jungle and topside role. But if they can hold on, they can get Aphelios to the late game and really turn things around.
Well, I like you mentioned the Moby Boots rush, because it is a VCS style, but of course there is 2 teams in the PCS that do it just as often, and that is Koala as well as Kaiwing. So you do see that Koala is always able to match him at least, and we're already seeing him roam around the map as Bruce was just farming up in that top lane. You do have level 6 now on both of those two, by the way, so the bot lane can get a little bit more explosive if Slater is left alone and Pallet is caught out on a ward elsewhere on the map.
So on paper, these lanes shouldn't really have won so hard for Machi, largely because they got the support counter pick and got that Syndra priority in mid. But the thing is that Zoe plus Leona has made the carries of Flash opt into cleanse, opt into utility, and opt into sitting back on their laurels and farming up to try and get to their item spike. Syndra, when she gets Ludens, and level 11 is at her strongest point of the game, and then I expect Flash to really turn on the heat.
PK here, he's got to be careful. Just kind of realize that someone may be nearby. Not a whole lot of vision in Machi's own jungle for a little bit of safety themselves. Stark actually shows himself back up toward the top lane, and Gemini isn't actually going to commit there. Stark can just walk back to base. He's already pretty tanky, finishing off his Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, we didn't quite catch it on screen, but he did Forge God to clear out the wave. PK doesn't have one of his own because he's Aatrox, so may very well be dove down here.
Yeah, unfortunately, no flash either to try and get him back to safety. Unfortunately for him, Ego gets caught back underneath the tower, and that's going to be 4 members of Flash down here, forcing this. Meanwhile, though, mid lane, does Machi at least try and trade back? That's also going to be Rift Herald. It looks like Flash are just going to try and do what they can to force at least the first brick gold onto Slater.
And that was actually a very, very good read from Stark. The fact he lived through their 3-man dive and they answered in turn with one onto PK does mean that Flash get a good read off, get a good answering play, and trade back massively, but Machi still keeping up the pressure here.
Machi, they don't know actually that it's only 2 members, but in comes the Solar Flare into the bullet time, and just on the edge, it's enough to take down Ego, and just like that, they can turn this immediately into a second dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately, members dropping left and right for Flash around the spawning of that Infernal Drake. When it's Ego off the board, it means you have no legitimate chance at a contest, and it means that Gemini, the objective-securing hero of this Machi lineup, is just adding another notch to his belt. Here's the setup for the 3v1 dive. Typically, you want Alistar to tank, but yeah, as you called pretty beautifully, the Lee Sin doesn't quite get the Sonic Wave off. He just, gets brought back in with the Aatrox chains, and yeah, not quite the dream scenario that Machi were hoping for. They can't really answer too heavily, but it does play out in their favor at the end of the day.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they actually didn't realize it was only Naeul and Ego until about the last second, so they actually could have forced it pretty hard onto these 2 members of Flash. They do at least get back the buff as well as the kill off Ego, and you're getting yourself your second dragon of the game and can start looking to stack toward that soul, which it is going to be a Cloud Drake for our first game of the series.
Yeah, Cloud Rift not necessarily the most impactful. Of course, having access to Leona Solar Flare every 25 seconds past level 16 is going to be pretty nice. But I don't expect this game to go as long enough for the supports to actually claim level 16 for themselves. Machi, yeah, they're a little bit slower than the other teams here, but turning on the pressure right now. 6 kills at the 14-minute mark. Gemini still ramping up the KDA as well. Koala may need to watch out for his own.
And you saw Q does line there from Ego. But Flash already starting to get themselves grouped up for possibly a mid lane push, but Machi already here to answer. Take some notes too. We're getting our first items online for both squads. You're getting the Ludens here for Mission. PK's already got himself the Black Cleaver, and Essence Reaver online here for Bruce. So Machi are starting to feel pretty strong themselves as you're still waiting on the mid lane item for Naeul.
Yeah, so you're looking for that Ludens plus level 11 spike for the Syndra, and then that's when Lee Sin can really be super volatile in his engages. That's where Flash need to force things, and if it doesn't work out, then I think they just have to sit back, wait for Ornn to scale up, get them some items, and wait for the Aphelios to actually come online in these super late game teamfights.
Unfortunately, though, the last time we saw Flash actually try and do this, where they put all the resources onto Slater, they still, as a team, ended up making those small mistakes with their pathing that got them caught out time and time again, especially in a late game where they were pretty much even. And if they were even at that point, they should have been able to take home the victory, but they just weren't able to do that.
Yeah, and that game was really frustrating to watch because even though they committed so much into getting Slater ahead, he opted for the double defensive / utility build, and that meant, as the only source of damage, he wasn't doing enough. He might do enough here, though, if there's a fight.
Let's see though. Slater did get tagged by the bubble. In comes Naul. He'll get taken
Bullet
down
time.
immediately. Was able to get the unleashed power. PK though is going to rejoin onto the fight. A double knock up into the double solar flare. And there you go. Machi are looking to clean up. Gemini does get taken down by Stark in the end, but PK still on the hunt here. Wants to take down Ego. Likely ain't going to be able to catch up to the Lee Sin. And it's going to be 3 kills once again to Machi for the price of 1.
Okay, I get irrationally hyped about any kind of top lane outplay, and Stark just went crazy there to try and salvage that fight. Slater never able to join because, as you mentioned, just chunked out immediately, had to flash out. Fortunately, the Ornn trades back 1 kill, but Flash, they lose the fight. They get the Herald, sure, okay, nice, but they lose 2 turrets in exchange for that, and Machi cracked this game wide open in their favor.
Yeah, it starts off here, Mission looking for that little paddle star, and it just clips the Aphelios, so unfortunately Slater's already half health before this fight starts.
Yeah, the bullet time looked pretty nice. They get it onto Noel. It's something, but you've exhausted the Graves that's already out of the fight. Aphelios never really has a real avenue in here, and yeah, I was super hyped to see Stark just go crazy in the backline there and trade back a kill. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to call that a Team Flash win, even if they do walk away with the Rift Herald in pocket.
Yeah, considering the fact that Machi are pretty much going to be able to equal out the fact that they will lose a likely first-tier tower in either top or mid lane by getting both of them actually off the end of that fight. Pretty much means Flash are going to be using that Rift Herald to play catch-up.
Redeeming factor though, we're at the point where Syndra is strongest, Ludens, Source, and level 11, so rank 2 ultimate, and 2 items for the Aphelios. So this is a good time for Flash to take a fight, as long as they're not too upset about losing the previous one.
Might try and go ahead and get a catch there onto Koala, but they decide to back off. Looks like they're waiting for this Cloud Drake to spawn to try and at least deny a stack away from Machi. Machi a little bit late here, but meanwhile, guess what? PK is actually pushing up in the top lane, already onto the second-tier tower, looking to path through the mid lane as well, as there is no teleports available for either top laner. Koala gets himself a face check, gets caught out there with the Scatter of the Week. A decent bullet time comes on through into the collateral damage. Still a lot of damage from PK on the back line, is about to go crazy on the Aatrox. He's looking for Slater, gets kicked back, and it is the Slave Slater show, but unfortunately, he'll get taken down. Ego's going to follow down with him. It's a double kill for Bruce.
And I like that Flash pull the trigger as soon as this Aatrox shows on the mid wave. As soon as they see PK's in no real position to join, they commit hard. Unfortunately, that commitment was on the Leona, who just tanks up a storm. The bullet time comes down, the collateral damage comes down, and everyone's health bars are blinking by the time this reset-centric top lane beast joins the fight.
Yeah, luckily PK, even though he didn't have teleport, a very early call coming out from Machi brought him down on the rotation. We'll take another look here as Koala actually is the one that gets caught out early, but they use so much onto this Leona.
Very tanky Leona. Aftershock plus W plus stopwatch to boot. Really, really good buying of time from the support of Machi here. And by the time PK joins, look, Aatrox reset, Aatrox reset, Aatrox reset. Happy days from there on out for the Machi lineup.
You even got to consider that Bruce didn't necessarily have the greatest bullet time. He actually aimed it into the river, expecting Flash to actually try and commit on top of them. Probably could have actually got themselves a full team wipe, but nonetheless, Machi are going to be very happy picking up 3 kills. And it's just this Rift Herald used in mid lane, but it's not even going to be able to take down the first tier tower.
Flash kind of scrambling here, as we said before. They were at their strongest heading into that. And I think that now they just sit back and try and scale up. Get some ornaments going. Get the Aphelios a couple more items so Slater can really pop off with the big carry potential. As Bruce, 306 on the scoreboard. Quietly just making a convincing case for himself being the big carry of Machi this game.
Well, he's already picked up that Infinity Edge, that Essence Reaver as well, so you're sitting at around 50% crit chance. That's pretty good for the ultimate at that point, so he's going to start outputting a lot of damage if Flash find themselves getting caught out of position. On top of that, too, you have Gemini's ultimate. A lot of AoE that comes out from this Machi squad during a team fight that can be a bit decisive from the looks of it, but can apply a lot of damage to the backline.
Not only talking about the team fights though, but look at the state of the side lanes. How do you match the Aatrox with the Ornn right now? How do you match the Zoe with the Syndra right now? Flash are left scrambling for 5v5 fights mid.
Oh no, Pallet, he tried to go for the flash combo, but unfortunately was way off. On top of that too, good vision from Machi, is actually able to spot out the flank that was coming out from the Lee Sin. Meanwhile, top lane, you got Gemini Mission there pushing it on second tier.
Yeah, Flash, they fish for a huge engage, try and get the 5v3 mid, but because they fumble it, they just lose pressure in
I've
both
seen this one
side
before.
lanes. They're being pulled around the map right now.
Yeah, they get the kick back onto Bruce, and there it is. They're able to get the shutdown, but PK coming over the wall wants to go ahead and try and take this 3v2. Stark is also going to come on over. Got to be careful, though. That reset that's going to come out of the Aatrox will not happen as Slater is able to find another kill. Ego takes another, and Flash are able to find 3 members of Machi.
It doesn't matter that Syndra is past her spike because the Aphelios just ramps up time and time again, gets some items under his belt, and now makes his way towards the Baron pit.
Collateral damage is available. Mission looking to fish with the paddle star. There's a lot of AoE here on the side of Machi. If Flash are not careful, you can still see a lot going in there. Ego gets taken down. Gemini is able to find the ultimate, and Flash, they're able to try and clean up on this Baron, but got to start running as Gemini has already found himself a double kill. They'll be able to at least escape, but guess what? Pings are coming out. PK's looking for the teleport. Flash are now getting corralled into the mid lane, and with the home guards, I don't think they have any place to run at this point. Stark is able to go unstoppable. Bullet time comes out from the Misfortune. PK is looking for these kills. They get the slow onto Naul. PK still chasing, stand aside. The scatter of the week, actually, from Naul is able to keep him safe, but Machi finding 2 kills and already knocking on a second tier tower.
Yeah, no smite was up for Gemini. That is War Stark. I don't know what that was, but it was certainly something, alright. As Slater still doesn't want a base. Has a ton of gold, by the way, but saying, look, nah, I need a little bit more. Maybe going to get a Phantom Dancer, maybe opt for the BT, opt for something. And here's where Gemini just goes crazy with the collateral damage. Baron helps out a little bit. Palette runs interference. Fortunately, Mission is already out of mana at this point, so there's no real threat onto the rest of Flash until this big teleport does come through.
So, for Flash, they're actually able to at least walk away with 2 Baron buffs. Make it 3, actually, because Naul was able to survive with the Scatter of the Week. Now Flash going to position themselves in toward this mid lane. Cloud Drake is up in 30 seconds. If Machi are able to secure it, they do get Soul. We'll see whether or not Flash are feeling comfortable enough to try and go for this play. You got to note that Mission has shown himself top lane, does have teleport available to join the fight. Stark does as well. And Slater has come online with this Aphelios, now sitting at about 70% crit chance. Currently 5-1-1. Missioner is going to just allow that turret to fall down as Machi were fishing for a play, actually, but they just weren't able to find it. Stark has already backed off.
Yeah, Slater going for the Phantom Dancer here, by the way. Yeah, it's okay. It means he's no longer straight up burstable by the Grave Zoe combo, but at the same time, he's the only source of damage on this team right now, and he's opting to build utility.
So with that, Cloud Soul is going to be denied for another 5 minutes from Machi, as Flash is actually able to turn another objective in their favor. Realizing that they couldn't get the pick on Stark. Stark had already gone back to base, and Machi a little bit late to the rotation, and a couple towers also going to get taken here. So Flasher is able to, you know, find some gold back into their pockets off this Baron buff.
Solid swing back to about even footing. Yeah, they're behind a little bit, but consider that Ornn grants you some invisible gold, about 2k from those 2 items right now. So yeah, I'd say Flash in a pretty okay position. The issue is that Naul no longer does damage. Ego no longer does damage. Stark is Stark, sure, and Palette will always be relevant because Alistair has a flat damage reduction percentage on his ultimate. So you're basically putting all your eggs in this Slater basket.
Which we haven't really seen pay off a whole lot for Flash during this tournament, but there's always times for it to start, you know, paying dividends. He's got a lot of defense, a lot of heal around this Aphelios. It's up to Machi to be able to get in on top of that back line. You already see that AoE damage that will come out from the flamethrower during a team fight is a little bit disgusting. Baron buff has dissipated, though, so Flash kind of now on a little bit of the defense, kind of waiting for that next objective to pop back up, as we're going to have a little bit of ping-pong here for the next about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen PK get some really creative flanks down, so I'm looking for Koala just to pull the trigger on a Solar Flare, but pretty important to note is that both of Flash's carries now have their cleansers available. We may very well see a QSS start to come out from a couple of members as well. And Flash, despite being on the ropes in a couple of these fights for the past couple of minutes, actually not in a too terrible position.
See Mission just going to pop over the wall to spot out there is a control ward. For now, it's just try and farm up these side lanes, try and get some pressure.
Naeul has found a grand total of 30 minions in the past 7 minutes, by the way. I've just been tracking that. Engage.
Koala wanted to go for that. They do at least force out the cleanse out of Slater. Still waiting on him to actually go for a QSS, but he's opting to go directly into the Bloodthirster. So not going to have that a little bit of safety now for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I have to be really careful about pulling the trigger on some of these more ambitious fights, as it were, from Team Flash. But they're going for it anyway. Righteous Glory popped.
Righteous Glory into the Call of the Forge God. There's a knock-up, and Bruce knew exactly where this team was on top of Wards, but he decided to not respect it. Ego gets taken on down. That's a massive amount of damage, though, coming back out from Mission. Is able to get Naeul back down to half health, and I have to question for Bruce, there was a control ward in the jungle right there. He saw the Alistar and Syndra path into that brush. I have to question why he even stayed mid.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious. To be fair, Alistair with Moby Boots, Righteous Glory, and Flash, he flashed out of the combo. That's solid. The issue is that he gets tagged up by the Forge God to boot. And yeah, that was a ton of bursts from Mission and Gemini in tandem. Something that I said that the Phantom Dancer from the Aphelios does help against. Lee Sin doesn't have anything defensive besides this GA that he's got half of right now. So yeah, a little bit shaky scenario for the rookie jungler of Flash to have to face off against.
Well, still, a nice little catch there. Slater, whoo! Koala's been pretty on point with these solar flares, and now that's both defense summoners down for Slater, so won't have that available as, guess what? Baron has just spawned onto the map.
Leona ultimate up in 40 seconds to the 5 minutes of the Aphelios Flash, by the way. So, yeah, things not looking too hot for Slater's chances of pulling something crazy off next fight. That being said, if Flash do line up the perfect combo again, Bruce no Flash, Bruce no heal, Bruce a sitting duck, this could very well turn into a Flash-focused game should they be able to get some of these key picks. But Gemini Mission are saying, nah, that is not happening today.
With that too, that's going to be the Scuttle secured. Teleport coming out. Stark did see that Mission is here, and whoo! Going in fast as a Zoe. Decides not to go anywhere aggressive though. Blue buff is also secured, so this time around on the Baron, Mission will actually have mana, unlike the last time we saw. And woo! Mission goes over the wall. Able to get himself back though, of course, with the ultimate. As Stark was looking to get the quick knock up and to follow through. Let's see, though. Does Flash just want to pull the trigger here onto the Baron? It looks like that is the call. They are on top of a ward, so Machi does know this is happening. Koala with ultimate available. Bullet time is also there. Slater has to avoid the CC that will come out from Machi. Unfortunately for him, though, he gets tagged once again by a Paddle Star. Over the wall is going to be Gemini. Jumps in onto the pit. The Baron secure, but the bullet time is doing so much damage. PK onto the back line. They take down the carries of Flash, and even though they got themselves the Baron, they're going to be taking their lives because Gemini on the flank. It's 3 kills to Machi. Ego taking down. Slater's down. Pallet going down. And unfortunately, Stark is going to join them in the grave.
Naeul may very well drop and join the rest of his team as well here as Gemini still fishing for it.
There you go. The ace is there for Machi in the end. Ping's coming down to bot lane. PK already went for the teleport. And Machi looking to crack open the base.
Machi looking to crack open the base. Machi potentially looking to end here. Still got 20 seconds before a single carry is up and 40 on both solo laners. This should be the game here in favor of Machi.
PK going to hard push here and see what they can do. It's up to these spawning members, Ego and Pallet, to try and defend this one. But unfortunately for Flash, it looks like game 1 will go into Machi's favor as they open up the series with a victory.
Flash made that way more competitive than we had any idea it could be, though, so it's not all doom and gloom for them just quite yet. Machi, though, they do their thing where they kind of chill for 25 minutes, then take one big team fight and just snowball the game victory off of it.
Yeah, and it came down to, is Slater going to be able to survive during these fights? And you saw he got caught out a couple times before this Baron fight was even going to take place. Didn't have his cleanse, didn't have his flash, and he opted to go into a Bloodthirster. So without a QSS, I think it's bloody risky on the side of Flash to even try for this Baron. You don't have to go for a desperation play because they've seen that they can go even to Machi during some of these fights.
Yeah, and that being said, you still have the reliable scaling of this 1v9 Aphelios, plus the Ornn upgrades. That being said, I do, see a lot of burden on Slater's shoulders that game because it felt like everyone else around him had a very uninspiring game. Ego in the jungle never really got online. They all down CS constantly, down pressure, down everything. And Palette, uncharacteristically, just getting caught out in the early game time and time again.
Yeah, trying to go for those flashy engages on the Alistar, but it just never really panned out. And it was always these fights in around the Baron pit that it seemed like Flash were just kind of all over the place.
Yeah, this is where Slater had no real chance of joining, just immediately flashes out. They say, look, save not even your Baron buff, it was just a Rift Herald take from the Lee Sin, and they were like, okay, see ya. Yeah, Flash, they had some decent fights, but at the end of the day, it was Machi favored, Machi favored, Machi favored, time and time again.
Yeah, it was always what we saw was Machi, they give up one member, but it was always, them taking back 2 to 3 kills. If they gave up an objective, they still got 2 or 3 kills, and they were always able to transition that into another objective, into some sort of pressure on the other side of the map that always kind of, started to spread apart Flash and force them into decisions like this Baron call.
And then that was an issue that I picked up upon in Flash's losses yesterday. They opt for fights without requisite lane setup. Yeah, when you coin flip a Baron like this, you don't really have time to make the side lane magic happen because you are doing the big desperation play. But there comes a point where you do have to question how viable is this in your face kind of playstyle when you lose everything across the map if it doesn't work out.
And MVP for the game, it's going to go on over to Gemini on this Graves. I believe this is now his second back-to-back MVP, actually. So picking up the totals for him. So congratulations to Gemini, securing Game 1 victory for Machi.
Fantastic showing from him time and time again on this Graves in particular. Really, really good at applying the pressure, farming up, ganking left and right. Showed in all 3 lanes pre 5 minutes, but still kept up in farm. Fantastic read on the enemy jungler who came in as a relative unknown, and that did not shake Gemini in the slightest.
So with that, Machi take Game 1 over Flash, and it's now up to Flash to see whether or not they will be able to try and tie up this series. There was some good hints there. Slater was starting to come online. We started to see the resources funneled in onto this AD carry, but it was, like you mentioned, everything around him. The engage just wasn't really there from Palette. There was Naul starting to fall a little bit behind, and I actually got some good news for maybe some Flash players, Flash fans. They are actually going to be subbing out both jungle and mid for Game 2, putting in Kati as well as Egypt.
And now my main concern here is that Kati's neutralizing kind of playstyle that we keep hyping up because it held down DMO. It somewhat held down Candy for a little bit in their matchup versus Talon as well. It's not that great stylistically into Mission because Mission can just ramp up.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it's going to be Game 2 between Machi and Flash.
You know who it is, come around again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 rebel. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm trouble and you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. I'm so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try,
tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to kiss your face.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 between Machi and Team Flash. Machi was able to find victory in our first game and are currently now sitting 1-0 when it comes to the score of the series. And for Flash, it all comes down to whether or not they can adjust their playstyle, if they can adjust the flaws that we saw in Game 1. And they started off by actually adjusting their roster, as we now have 2 subs coming in for the team here in Game 2, as Yijin in jungle and Kati in mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know if they count as subs though, because these were the starters during the regular split. This is a lineup that had, well, mostly had time to gel, 80% of it, with Palette being the newer addition. So now we're looking for the Flash of day 1 that actually managed to take a victory over Machi.
Let's see now, as into draft we go. Machi are actually going to be on blue side once again. And it looks like Flash may have kind of learned from their mistakes last time. Going to go ahead and ban out the Zoe away from Mission. Machi, though, just getting rid of some of that front line that Flash love to run in front of Slater, who sometimes will always be on that Kalista.
Yeah, the Galio is pretty fun to watch from Kati, so I guess that's banned out because it was so oppressive. Just shoved in Mission time and time again on day 1 and went for a bit of a side lane visitation. That being said, Mission, he's prepared his Kassadin if Kati does want to play that slower kind of mid-game style. And with the Graves ban, we now have Nidalee open for the first time in what feels like a while.
Alright, so does the Nidalee get picked up immediately by Gemini, or do they rather have priority onto this Aphelios for Bruce?
So the Aphelios is the second best AD carry in the meta right now after the Varus, so it makes sense, but you give Yijin the Nidalee that he has been so prominent on. He played it before anyone else touched it in terms of meta, and now that it's legitimately the best jungler on the patch, you can run it with the Syndra in the mid lane if you want, or even with the Ezreal in the bot lane into the Aphelios and have some nasty poke going for you.
Or you can just lock in the Nautilus and not take the Nidalee at all.
Thinking emoji. Nautilus has some messy matchups to say the least. Machi, I'd like to see lock Yumi in this rotation, but it would mean that Koala's off of a playmaker.
Alright, so does Machi now, with the opportunity, want to go ahead and pick up the Nidalee, or do they want to blind pick a Renekton for PK?
So the thing about Renekton is he doesn't actually have any losing matchups right now. Since Blade got a little bit of a buff for melee, he's been top dog, or top croc as it were, in that top lane. And actually we've seen a couple of Renekton bans against Stark, who isn't a carry player, so I think this is also a key takeaway alongside just a solid champion pickup for PK.
And then Gemini, what looks like is going to be the backup option, with the Lee Sin now being picked up over that Nidalee.
Taking away the Renekton does mean the Nidalee is a little bit less appealing for Flash. You need some guaranteed CC setup for it. It's why the Syndra makes sense, because you can QE their mid laner and then just have that big follow-up. But at the same time, your top lane options are going to be severely limited if you don't pick one this rotation for Flash.
Alright, so for Stark, it looks like it's just going to be the Aatrox getting locked in toward the top lane. Just don't want to have that pool being banned out by Machi, it seems. Could always fall back to a tank, but they already have that tanky CC in the form of the Nautilus, so rather have something more like a brawler, a bruiser that can maybe go toe-to-toe with that Renekton in top lane.
So the Nautilus does struggle into the Braum, who does play around the Lee Sin very well in that bot side 3v3, so I think you just trim out some of these supports if you're Flash, but they're saying, nah, we need to knock down Mission's pool. Azir, his pentakill champion, Corki, also a big power pick for this guy in the mid lane, and we've seen just what he can do on the Kassadin.
Yeah, I think you could also get rid of, like you mentioned, that Corki, and you kind of remove that just initial upfront burst that might be locked in here for Machi. I'm interested to see if that's what he wishes to go with, or if we're going to see something else come out of here of Mission. We already have a rather aggressive top side of the map being locked in, of course, with a Renekton and a Lee Sin. And some jungle actually going to be banned out here on the side of Machi and try and limit what Yijin can bring to the table.
Banning out that Azir also gets rid of one of the few mid laners that can actually deal with a Skarner gank, and that has been one of Yijin's go-to champions, and I'm seeing the Rek'Sai taken out, I'm seeing the Lee Sin picked away, I'm seeing the Graves banned out as well, and I'm thinking to myself, Yijin's pool is being trimmed pretty heavily. So maybe if this is a Nidalee ban here, suddenly the Skarner priority does shoot right up.
Or Machi just say, you know what, don't even want to see that Skarner. We bet you're just going to go ahead and play that Nidalee, and we'll deal with it. We'd rather not have to deal with, kind of that niche Skarner pickup, that kind of play that Flash likes to bring to these games. And like we mentioned, that Corki getting banned out from Mission. So we'll see here, what does Flash wish to show? Or do they just want to go ahead and lock in an Olaf and then save the counter pick for Kati?
So Olaf has been the most popular jungler over in the VCS, has a lot of early priority, can just shove in, invade the enemy jungle, and duel pretty reliably. Alongside Elise, he's one of the only junglers that can still actually contest the Lee Sin in a strict 1v1 early. Yeah, Nidalee can if she gets like a long-range spear into an instant burst, but in the prolonged skirmish, it's Olaf that shines through time and time again. This Syndra being a very valuable flex pick as well, could go to Kati in the mid, could go to Slater in the bot, and I'm thinking to myself, do we see the Ezreal bot lane from Slater here so that you can have Palette be unlocked on the Nautilus to really pressure out Mission in the mid lane?
Well, this is a rather aggressive team being shown here now by Machi. Your midsection of the map is, well, it's pretty disgusting. You're going to have a Lee Sin and LeBlanc roaming around. It does mean for Mission, we get to see a little bit of a change-up in his playstyle. Can look to try and dominate the lane here against Kati, which we kind of mentioned. Kati was able to kind of shut him down, and it looks like he's going to go with something that can at least maintain, at least hold down the LeBlanc as long as possible in the mid lane by locking in this Lissandra.
Yeah, so I'm okay with this because it can get priority back and doesn't have a lot of, a lot of danger when it comes to, when it comes to actually playing out this lane phase. But with a top side of Renekton, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, this is not going to be a fun game for Stark because that is a 3-man dive top lane composition if I ever did see one.
Just getting worried here. Nothing's going to change with the draft. It was actually a rune bug. They weren't able to actually change one of the rune pages over on the side of Machi, so relatively important. So we'll go ahead and remake the rune and then get the draft back underway. Again, it's going to be exactly what we saw there from the side of both squads. Interesting. I want to see whether or not Kati's going to be able to, shut down Mission again like we saw in their first matchup. Considering Mission, it's not on something that he can just try and be, laid back and be casual. You're on a LeBlanc. I want to see a roaming around. You want to see a couple kills, a couple assists before that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and Lee Sin is the jungler to pick alongside it to get on the board early. That mid-jungle 2v2 is insane. They can roam top independently. They can roam top as a duo. They can just take control of that map and really snowball, but that is not Machi's team identity, and that's why I'm a little bit shaken here. As well as that, though, speaking of team identities not really being what we'd expect, Slater on a mage.
Yeah, Slater's going to be on a mage here, a Syndra pick nonetheless, and we even saw kind of a reverse of this last time with Machi when we got to see Bruce on a Syndra. It wasn't necessarily the most impressive display, but now Slater gets his opportunity to kind of go down in that bot lane and be like, hey, this is how it's done.
Yeah, the Syndra does have some pressure into Thelios if she can get the QE down. The issue is that we've seen both of these bot lanes look a little bit inconsistent, step up a little bit too far, and get punished pretty dramatically.
On top of that, too, if you guys want to keep up to date with the PCS, we'll be talking more about the game here shortly. Of course, there's a remake in the lobby, so we're going to go ahead and work that one out. We don't want to spoil all the details before we get into the game. But if you guys want to keep up with the PCS, as well as, tune in for that summer split that's going to be starting second weekend of June, be sure to follow the pages, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch as well. We're also on Twitter, LOL Esports PCS. And a special thank you to you guys also watching over with our television partners in Southeast Asia. How's that for you, Briz? We didn't get to mention that too often. We're over on television in a couple of countries over in Southeast Asia. Nice little perk of the PCS and esports in general in Asia.
I'm a pretty big fan of it, of course. Been around Southeast Asia quite a lot myself. Mm-hmm. Nothing really takes me back so much as watching League of Legends on TV in Korea, but
well, that's a good time.
It is a good time.
That's a good time.
Good luck finding.
That's a good throwback, actually.
Yeah, I can find it on TV here as well in the UK, but only really if there's a European Championship going on, of course.
True.
In terms of international display, not too much on TV here. Trying to think.
Well, you know, like with the lockdowns, at least over in NA, you got to see a lot more esports actually popping up on a lot of the mainstream channels over in North America. I know LCS was on one of the, I believe it was ESPN2, I believe. That was pretty cool to see there as well. So, again, good to see esports starting to make its way over onto the television. About time, especially in North America. You know, falling a little bit behind, but I think people are starting to really enjoy it. As just getting word here. Still waiting on one member to load into the lobby. I can tell because Koala looks like he is, you know, annoyed and a little bored.
You can't just call the member out like, oh wait, he's waiting for some. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, if it's Koala, then I feel bad for him. But all right.
Well, yeah, every time it's Koala. He's every time we're in, like, you know, waiting for one of the lobbies to be remade, he always looks like he's like, you know, I'm just gonna lay back, have a sleep. I could understand that during the first day where like Machi was there super late, or was it? Yeah, it was Machi being there super late yesterday actually. I was like, all right, I can understand you guys being tired. Come on, it's like what, 6:30 over there? It's only like 5:30 right here now. Come on. I find it so interesting, actually. Which house did I visit the gaming house of Nova from PCS, actually, because they are based in Bangkok, near us.
I like that team, by the way, and it's for the weirdest reason, and that is because they have Warlock coaching them, and Warlock was a member of that Bangkok Titans team that in Season 5 Worlds went into Group of Death with SKT, EDG, and H2K, and still had smiles on their faces all the time. And that was when Marin called them up on stage after their defeat, just so that they could get some crowd recognition as well. And that was a good display of sportsmanship and a good display of just a good time all around.
Yeah, I find it so weird because I once went over there to deliver some equipment because we were shifting into the online, and I kind of get there and it's like, I don't know, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. And only the team manager was there. And I was like, oh, where's everybody else? They're like, oh, they're sleeping in the other rooms. I was like, how long do they go tonight? Do they don't? Like, I'm like, don't they have to be at the studio by like 5? Do they just like wake up half the time right before? Either way, though, you can tell we're going to be loading on into Game 2. Machi taking on Flash. Flash looking to tie up the series 1-1. Machi looking to bring the hammer into Game 3 if they're able to take this one as we load on into the Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
A little bit of fire there. So we already see Yijin getting tagged by Gemini. The quick Q. So, you know, already have won the damage game. Oh, Yijin. Oh, he's just spamming Qs. Hoping to, you know, just get a stray axe in onto Gemini. I'm interested to see how Flash is going to play this one because you have a bit of a change-up when it comes to your jungle style, obviously. We just had Ego make his debut for Flash, and unfortunately, we didn't get to see necessarily the super aggressive solo QS style that we maybe expected from him, considering he loves his mechanical champions. And now we're going back to Yujin, which, again, I think the team is much more comfortable with, as well as having Kati in the mid lane.
Yeah, Yijin, kind of a known quantity at this point, more of a utility kind of player relative to the other VCS junglers, but still on a very aggressive champion, ready and willing to get in the enemy jungler's base, and on a pick like Olaf, you absolutely have to be. But keep an eye on Gemini to see if he can influence all 3 lanes before 5 minutes like he did in the previous game, and now he's actually on a jungler that flourishes in gank scenarios rather than the Graves, so he has the tools to do that.
There we go. Gemini, both junglers going to be starting on toward the bot side of the map. Yujin will be able to spot out whether or not Gemini wants to get super aggressive, but already pinging his way over to his buff, so he's going to go buff to Gromp, and then maybe try and make a play toward that top lane, and we already see a ping onto that Aatrox, actually.
Yeah, and that was what we predicted back in Champ Select, saying, look, this MCX lineup is a 3-man dive top lane setup if I ever did see one. LeBlanc and Lee Sin, the duo of doom, ready and willing to seal anyone's fate that they may face check into. And if Mission can get unlocked in that mid lane, for example, if Gemini chooses to dictate a little bit of pressure onto Kati, who, by the way, seems to be struggling just organically in the 1v1, then I don't think Stark will be long for this world.
Yeah, Mission, he's playing for keeps here. Already got Kati down to about half health. Does not have Ignite, and that's kind of what we see a lot actually coming out of Mission. Likes to go more utility. Gemini, though, already path, and they know that there's no control ward here, so Stark is exposed if he's not careful. Level 3 hit for PK. I think they're going to allow Stark to at least get level 3. If they wait too long, though, Yujin will be able to come on over. There's Q connecting, and Stark gets taken down. That's first blood. PK already waving the flag, as that's the first blood on over to the Renekton.
Pretty seamless lineup of spells there. Yeah, it's similar to the Elise Renekton, just stun, into skill shot, into one very dead enemy top lane. Didn't even need to use the flash from either of these topside members from the side of MCX, just a quick slice through the minion wave, into the Ruthless Predator, into one very, very dead Stark.
So there you go. First blood hit, game plan already succeeding here on the side of Machi. We expected them to be, trying to target down Stark in the early game, and so far so good on the side from the PCS. I'm interested to see, though, what does Flash look to do here? What is Yujin going to try and do to at least try and answer this? And it looks like it's just going to be the Scuttle and maybe some vision down into the jungle of Machi to see whether or not they can track Gemini's pathing.
Yeah, Yujin farming up a Storm, and we said topside was in full favor of Flash. In full favor of Machi. So Flash are going to want to play for bot side and try to kind of, stem the bleeding that their topside is inevitably gonna face.
There we go. Gemini realizing his Krugs have been taken and looking to track down Yujin, but isn't going to see him. So with that, they now know exactly where Gemini is going through across the map, and if Yujin really wanted to, he could try and already path directly down the bot lane to try and go for a counter gank, as Gemini already looking to position himself possibly for that.
Yeah, the Olaf does drop fairly low on his clears, but now that that first clear has been completed, Lee Sin's chances of counter-jungling have been dramatically decreased, because from here on out, Yujin has the edge in the 1v1, has the undertows, has the reckless swings, and has a ton of sustain packed in between his W and his Conqueror to boot. That being said, though, no 1v1 here, instead going to look for a gank into this 2v2 bot.
We'll see here. Is Yujin already going forward? Isn't going to get spotted out, but in comes the engage. Let's see whether or not that's going to actually pan out. They do see Yujin now in the lane. Bruce got himself back to safety through the Lantern of Koala, and it's not going to be a successful play down in that bot lane. Mission still trading heavily here with Kati.
Getting information on the location of the Olaf does open up Lee Sin for some creative pathing, though, and we've seen that Gemini is no stranger to actually rotating around the map like this. Flash, they're the ones with the onus on this take.
Oh, in comes Gemini. Let's see whether or not that's going to pay off here, as Gemini can go for the 50-50 smite, and in the end, it's going to go on over to Yujin. Flash forward, though, coming out from Koala into the multi-man route, and unfortunately for Flash, was it worthwhile, the Infernal, because ended up giving 2 kills on over to Machi.
Machi get the cleanup there. They track that Flash are starting up that Drake. They TP the Renekton in, and this is just snowball through that lead that PK managed to get. Kati looking pretty suspect though. The mana pool is low, no E to be found.
Has to use his flash to get himself back to safety. Mission only using the distort, so that's going to be the summoner down on the Lissandra. Let's take a look here as over the wall Gemini went. Wasn't able to secure the dragon, but Koala with a big play.
Yeah, Gemini no smite in pocket here, so a little bit scary. Yeah, really, really good teleport from PK there. Comes in, cleans up, and the Machi lineup just completely rout Flash this time around.
And this also isn't much of a feels good right now. PK's already went ahead and picked up his Executioners into that Aatrox matchup, so PK can look to start ripping apart Stark, unfortunately.
This is actually a criticism that I had of the top laners yesterday, where if they seem to get a lead, they just invest in a random Ruby Crystal or build towards that Phage. Blade of the Ruined King is so much more useful against a double melee topside that I'm actually pretty disappointed that PK isn't being a little bit more greedy in pressuring out his lead.
Let's see. Looks like Pallet wants to try and go for a play here in that mid lane. Kati could always go ahead, use that claw to get down an ultimate to try and lock down the LeBlanc, but you see them positioning, trying to catch out Gemini. Gemini has an idea, though, that something's going a little bit weird here, and let's see whether or not Flash is going to call the bait. Koala's going to come on in, ends up using the hook and forces out the Ragnarok. Mission also over there toward the wall is going to get ulted and immediately bursted on down. Gets taken out. The 3-man kick, though, coming out from Gemini. Almost able to get a kill in response. The Lantern will get him to safety.
And Mission going for the TP instead of the cleanse seals his own fate. Face checks into a Lissandra, into a Nautilus, gets CC'd down, gets locked down, gets killed. And Flash, I guess they're kind of happy with that. It's a free kill at the end of the day, even if they don't manage to secure the enemy red buff.
Exhaust also used there, and they were close to taking down Gemini. Unfortunately, it was just that little lack of vision from Machi that ended up costing them. Wasn't too sure where that Lissandra was, but took the gamble and it didn't pay off. And with that, Flash are able to equal out the gold to 13,000 apiece.
Mission roamed down to that Drake play, but didn't pick up a kill or an assist. That led to him being down in CS just naturally, and it leads to him unable to find a solo kill here in an already pretty difficult lane to navigate. He's kind of timing out for the LeBlanc's early 2v2 insane pressure, and suddenly this mid-jungle duo for Machi, despite being insane for them previously, is now just looking like a solo jungler for this game at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, you have all those components being picked up, and it never feels great if you're a LeBlanc. So we'll see Pallet. Woo! Very close to getting that hook down. Meanwhile, though, Machi going to go ahead and start up the Rift Herald. Pallet does see this out. Does not have the ultimate, though, to really try and stop this. So looks like Machi are going to be able to pick up the first Rift Herald of the game.
Pallet has consistently been ahead on the roam relative to his opponents, regardless of the state that his lane is in, and I do appreciate that, but at the same time, it's a little clumsy. This trade is pretty scary, though.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. PK. He's already gotten himself those 2 kills. Also, with that Executioner, it's really hard for Stark to kind of maintain himself in the lead, and Mission will at least pick up a blue buff for himself, so he can at least try and use the Store to clear out the wave, as well as just farm himself out, try and prevent this pressure. But we mentioned Kati in this mid lane has been able to neutralize Mission very well so far in the opening of this game. Already has the Proto Belt, so he can look for plays too now on this Lissandra if he's given the opportunity to roam.
I'm still perplexed as to why Machi have done this. They've drafted the champion that needs to be unlocked, that needs to roam around.
Let's see.
And
that's
going
to be 4 members coming up here, because guess what? In comes the teleport from Mission. Has to use the double distortion. Gets himself back to safety. In comes Koaldo on the thresh. The hook is going to land, and there you go. Yujin gets taken on down. Another beautiful play. And Kati, unfortunately, he just does not have any more cooldowns. Double kill going on over to Koala. The Q did land. Stark waiting for some cooldowns. Already had the double kill. Wants to try and turn this back around, and he goes into stasis. The cooldowns are now back for Machi. Koala lands his thresh hook, and there you go. Machi are able to find 3 kills in the end for 1.
Koala comes ganking from the enemy jungle. Just crazy presence from this support of Machi right now. Really impressed with Gemini, 100% kill participation, and a huge commitment from Machi for this tier 1 top almost seals their fate. Double TP from the solo laners of Flash gets answered by this LeBlanc. She didn't roam naturally, instead just brings herself up and comes in for the cleanup. 4v3, Flash do almost turn it, but not quite enough to make a convincing case for themselves.
Unfortunately, you did see that, you know, Stark was at least able to trade back a kill. Meanwhile, though, on your live feed, you did see Flash was able to actually get in on top of the Dragon and actually take the second one of the game there. But you can see action already unfolding, and Koala's going to get shut down. They also lost PK. Flash are able to find themselves multiple kills. Bruce now has to kite back, ends up flashing. But Stark is starting to come a little bit online, even though he got shut down early.
So the thing that I have in my mind
Mission.
is a kind of thinking emoji, Mission.
Mission, what are you trying to do there? It's the flash forward, and Mission gives over another kill on this LeBlanc. And this is starting to look a little bit concerning here on the side of Machi.
They've picked a champion that needs to pop off early, that needs to take the risky plays against the mid laner of Flash that excels at neutralizing that. You're rewarding Kati for his playstyle by drafting this way. Yes, the topside threat looks beautiful, but you haven't executed on it well enough to make this worth it.
And that was a lot having to be, you know, expended by Machi. Koala just went for the flash hook, but unfortunately, another team is nearby. And with Bruce, if he doesn't have his ultimate, nor less his bloody items at this point, he still only has a Hex Drinker at this point. He's not going to do a lot of AoE damage.
Regardless of ultimates, regardless of items, I want up.
Okay. So Kati gets caught out. This is
I was going to say, Kati... that was crazy. But yeah, Kati plus Stark, by the way. If one of them gets a kill in a team fight, it's a Lissandra Ghost from the passive, it's an Aatrox reset on the ultimate, and it is Flash tearing through things. But if you find a pick onto them, they just drop left and right, one by one. And Machi, despite being on the back foot in the skirmishes, end up punishing a lot of greed from Kati. Again, no mana to play the wave, and gets Gemini'd.
Yeah, unfortunately, it appears that our mid laners in this matchup, both are ones getting caught out a bit randomly. Kati at least trying to get a little greedy, like you mentioned, to try and push back the wave, but ends up getting caught out. So Machi are able to get themselves a quick pick, and it's still a dead even gold game. As we approach now 14 minutes, and we're going to have our third dragon in about 2.5. So we'll see whether or not Machi wants to try and occupy this. Unfortunately, because of how this game has been going, Mission's starting to drop a bit behind in CS. Not the greatest CS numbers you would like to see on a LeBlanc, considering you know, how long they've actually been spending in lane. We haven't seen Mission really roam all that much, just been very reactionary to the plays of Flash.
Not only is Mission a question mark right now for Machi, but I'm looking at the itemization from the other carries on the squad. Renekton with Black Cleaver rather than Blade, and Bruce on the Aphelios having to opt for a Hex Drinker rush so he doesn't get systematically dispatched by the Lissandra or the Syndra at the start of a team fight.
See Machi, they have themselves the bot side of the river. Bruce getting pretty aggressive considering there is a Nautilus with a hook in line. Eugen's going to path at least into the jungle of Gemini to try and steal away what he can. PK will spot him going around the corner. So they have a knowledge that this is happening. We'll see what Gemini wishes to do in response. We do have Rift Herald, though, spawning in just under a minute. Looks like Flash already trying to position themselves for the second take.
Yeah, at this point, with full control of the enemy topside jungle, Machi will have to face check. And face checking on Lissandra, Nautilus, Syndra, kind of spooky, actually. No teleport for Kati, though, and he's on the opposite side of the map, so could find himself a little bit delayed on this rotation topside.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Mission will have teleport here soon. So that might be the hope, is that, you know, Flash was going to take this off spawn, but unfortunately that is not the case here for Machi, as it's going to be a quick and easy Rift Herald take. Gemini and PK nowhere near. Currently only at the blue buff, so that'll be a quick and free Rift Herald for Flash.
Feel pretty bad for Gemini there. You saw PK even move down, coming to take the Gromp. Empty jungle for the Machi jungler, and no real objective to trade back on another side of the map. Does mean that Gemini, with his trademark upwards trades, unable to execute on it, and it is a free pickup of that Herald in favor of our Vietnamese representatives.
There we go. Mission on now kind of forced into the side lane. At least now has finished off his Ludens. So that's a little bit of upfront damage if he's able to get on top of that Syndra. Hell, even that Olaf during a Ragnarok, he can get a decent chunk of damage. Hook is going to land. That does force out the Ragnarok, though, as in goes over the wall is Gemini. And there's Mission as well, and there's that damage they were looking for. Mission will get the kill. Kati can't finish off any kill in response, and like that, they turn immediately onto the Dragon.
And that happened because Olaf can't take the Blast Cone while he's ulting. It counts as a disable because it's a knock-up, so he can't get out of there. Once they find that pick, they convert on it, and they convert that kill into a Drake.
And there you go. Machi are able to stall out the Drake takes that have been taking place on the side of Flash that were looking for their third stack. They'll be stuck at 2 for the meantime, and also with that, Cloud Soul getting a little bit extra cooldown reduction onto the ultimates. Never hurts in the end, and it's just Eugen, some good ward coverage coming out from Machi.
His flash wasn't quite up yet. And yeah, as we said before, can't take the blast cone, has to kind of awkwardly walk away. Kati's like, I could pull the trigger on this, but I don't think I will. And Flash, yeah, it's a little bit of a misstep to be in that position to begin with, but at the same time, they're not trying anything crazy in terms of a contest and know when to cut their losses.
See there, Rift Herald going to be popped. Stark, actually, starting to deal some decent damage on this Aatrox. Turret will be taken, though, in mid lane. That is going to at least give Flash their first turret of the game. Get a little bit of damage there also onto the second tier tower. Bruce there to soak up the gold. Still waiting onto his Infinity Edge. A nice Scatter of the Weak is going to land, but does allow Gemini to get himself back to safety. Stark actually already starting to push in onto the tower. PK has to save his teleport in case a fight were to break out on the bot side of the map, so now let Stark get himself this tower for free.
And now, speaking of Stark and PK in this matchup, the Renekton was the recipient of the first Lee Sin gank, but hasn't pressured enough. And on paper, coming into this tournament, these were the two top laners we had the biggest question marks about. They're inconsistent, they're perennial weak side players, and yet, even with a ton of investment, 2 free kills under his belt, PK hasn't got the Blade of the Ruined King. PK hasn't applied any sort of pressure onto Stark, and Stark caught up in CS dramatically right now.
Yeah, even overtaking him, 172 to the 150 of PK, so not a bad look here for Stark, who himself during this tournament arguably was having his best weekend so far in a long time. Had carry performances on the Irelia. This time now on the Aatrox, like you mentioned, has been able to kind of mitigate that early misstep that he had in the early game plan that we saw from Gemini and Machi. And he got himself a bit of a lead.
And now we see Flash pushing this aggressive vision line, moving into the enemy jungle, and potentially fishing onto a flank onto Mission, who, as we mentioned before, and saw so many times, isn't rocking the cleanse, is just a free pick for the Nautilus, Syndra, Lissandra, CC heavy trio.
Note here, Bruce has at least finished off his Infinity Edge. That's a nice little pickup for the Aphelios. You're still waiting on that attack speed item to really start coming online into that Rune Ends.
2 items for Slater though, and level 11 means the Syndra is as strong as she ever will be. Can just 100 to 0 Bruce
Mission.
if the Aphelios missteps. Mission!
Ooh! That's, Kati, just spamming the R button. Meanwhile, Hook is going to land up and toward the top lane because they were not able to actually find a kill on the bot side of the map. They look to pull the trigger on the Stark, but he gets himself back to safety with the flash and the dash.
PK actually tries to follow for the empowered Renekton stun with the flash as well, by the way. So a net win for Flash. And with that pressure across the map, the bot lane fumble happens, but it rotates into a mid lane success.
And that's 2 towers taken here by Flash. They now pick up a lot of standing gold off the map. That's their 4th turret of the game. And like you mentioned, Slater has had a pretty easy time. Hasn't been threatened a whole lot and currently sits at the top of the gold graph.
If you hear me quietly laughing to myself, it's because why is Slater a better Syndra than either of his mid laners?
Oh boy. Let's not open that can of worms, Chris. Let's start that debate. Fair enough, yeah. He's been able to perform quite well, and that has net Flash, a 2K gold lead. And for Machi, I just don't know if this is the champion for Mission. This is something we saw during PCS as well, where his LeBlanc, it's just not a whole lot impressive. And it just seemed like him and Gemini aren't always on the same sync when it needs to be an aggressive duo in the mid and jungle.
This is not a good pick into Kati, to say the very least, as Stark going to be running into some trouble from the entire MCX team.
Yeah, that is the squad coming on over. That's actually all 5. Meanwhile, though, you know what's going to end up happening here? The mid lane is just going to be pressured in on the side of Flash. But meanwhile, Machi, they pull the trigger. They say, all right, you know what? We took out Stark. We took out your frontline brawler. And we're going to force you to try and fight here on around. And Koala is just bringing the team in for the party. That's going to force out a Flash from the Moonlight Visual. And like that, Machi are able to gain quite a lot, turn back onto the Baron.
We saw the 20-minute Baron from the Aphelios team last time around, and this time Machi is saying, look, we have the pressure, we can apply it in turn, and as Flash tries to run interference to buy time for the Lissandra split push, they trade back a Drake, but it's still gonna be a Baron in favor of Machi, you have to imagine.
Yeah, it looks like Flash, they don't even want to try and contest this, and that is a power move coming out from Machi. We'll see what they're able to get with it, though. They lose already 1 tower and lost the Drake. We'll see what they have now with the Baron buff for the next 3 minutes.
Flash forcing Soul Point here. Granted, it is Cloud, but that means that if they can outlast the 3 minutes of the Baron buff and then look for the Drake play in 5 minutes time, perhaps we can see Flash just shrug this off completely and look to continue to pressure out this game.
Back we go. Bruce is just going to continue to farm up, still waiting on his finished Zeal item into that Runans before that Aphelios really starts to do a decent amount of damage. Stark has actually picked up his Death Dance as well, so he's going to be a little bit harder to kill, especially the fact that PK has not been able to actually take him down anytime soon.
Yeah, 2 items on everyone on Flash is a huge swing for this team comp, and even if Machi are rocking the Baron, Flash should not hesitate to pull the trigger on the fight. They are still a little bit shaky on the side lane setup before actually committing to a fight in mid, but it looks like if there ever were a time to fight for this Flash lineup, now would be it.
And Bruce just going to apply what he can. We got 3.5 minutes until we get ourselves our next Cloud Drake, so no real objective to fight over. It's the question of, will Machi be able to actually get themselves some pressure? And Bruce, gotta be careful. Scour of the Week does land. But unfortunately for Slater, just wasn't able to pull the full combo, and already having that Hex Drinker also gives a little bit of MR onto the Aphelios. It looks like Machi just want to rotate and start picking up some of the freestanding gold left on the map as they've not been able to take much towers.
I feel bad for Stark because this is quintessential Flash. They're saying, look, 4 people on this side of the map. Stark, you go answer it. Stark, you go try and, like, straggle for some farm in that bot lane. And, yeah, it's not a great feeling for the Flash top laner, but he is soaking pressure masterfully. And once this Baron buff pulls off, expect Flash to start pulling the trigger on the hooks, on the depth charge, on the flash from the Lissandra into the Frozen Tomb once that is up in a couple of seconds.
You can kind of feel like Flash, they don't feel like they can actually contest a lot of this siege as Machi pick up another tower for themselves. PK getting a little bit aggressive here, wants to get in. Gemini with the Q. He's looking to dive underneath tower just yet though, as that is 4 members of Flash waiting for him in the wing. Cannon Minion also gets taken on down, so they can't resume the tower siege there in mid lane. And Baron buff about to dissipate in about 20 seconds. Machi have been able to at least equal out the gold lead. They haven't been able to really pick up much else.
And again, I'm thoroughly unimpressed with the farm of this LeBlanc. Doesn't matter who is playing it, it seems, but they are not finding side waves at any point of the game. Already below 200 at the gone 25-minute mark. Part of that is because of the huge commitment onto the Baron for the better part of 2 minutes, but at the same time, it is still just moments where this champion should be strong, where she isn't.
And with that, Baron, it's going to be a 3,000 power play. And while Machi going to continue to start up what they can with this pressure still in mid, we get ourselves a bit of ping pong here in the mid lane. Both teams are kind of waiting on that next team fight, that next objective to actually fight over. Looking to arm back up. Items, though, starting to come online. Bruce has finished off his Runans, so he's going to be pretty lethal when it comes to these team fights if he remains untouched. If Yijin and Stark are able to get on the back line, that's going to spell trouble here for Bruce, especially if Slater's also left untouched on the side of Flash.
Yeah, and I think for Machi, they're pretty happy that Slater isn't necessarily too big right now, because if this Syndra got any more relevant, then the LeBlanc couldn't actually match her. And yeah, we would be in a lot of trouble in that regard, because LeBlanc would then have to match the bot lane.
Oh no. Slater gets caught out, and in they go. They're able to at least take down the Lee Sin, but now Machi still looking for a dive. A decent amount of damage going in down onto Yijin. PK still wants to press on forward. Stark is nearby. The ultimate comes out from the Aphelios and does get a decent chunk of damage, but 30 seconds before the Cloud Drake is going to force Flash to reset late.
And I was saying that, you know, LeBlanc doesn't necessarily want to match this bot lane from Flash, so why not just match the bot lane with the entire team from Machi? Bring them all mid, pull the trigger on a big engage, and pressure out this mid lane tier
Oh
1.
boy, that's another one there. The shutdown goes on over to PK as well, and the tower is still being pressured. Meanwhile, top lane, you can see Mission arming for a kill onto Cotty. Cotty forced to use his Frozen Tomb to get himself back to safety. Meanwhile, let's take another look here again at the mid lane dive.
Yeah, Gemini with a cool flank, but unfortunately gets CC'd down to death by the Nautilus. Good commitment from Machi to follow up on that though, and now with that pressure mid, they're gonna get this Drake and delay the Soul for at least the foreseeable 5 minutes.
We'll see. Because again, it's just Pallet going a little bit too far forward. Koala hitting some good death sentences have paid off as... Oh, it's just Pallet.
Just give it up. I'd say just give this up.
Yeah. All right. Back onto the main feed. 1,500 gold lead in favor of Machi. You also have Rapid Fire completed actually here for Bruce as his next Zeal item. Instead of opting for the
I
Phantom
respect
Dancer.
that.
He just wants that extra
More
range.
damage that... Also, he can't go Phantom Dancer because the passive stacks with the Hex Shrinker. So, yeah, it puts him in a weird position, like the one that Koala's in.
Koala just gets caught out here. That's 5 members of Flash if they really wanted to. They might feel confident enough to maybe try and go for an objective here. Considering Baron is available without Koala, he's been the main engage on the side of Machi without Gemini having to jump into the back line. We'll see how Flash can do. This is a very slow Baron take. Mission just
No
poking
AD carry
in.
comp. 0 AD carry comp means that Olaf is the driving force of the damage here, and that buys Machi time to actually set up to try and contest this.
We'll see here. Gemini over the wall. Could look to jump in. Ward is available, has that control down, and they go on to PK. PK, a lot being taken down, and there you go. They get themselves a quick pick. Slater on the back line. Mission almost able to take down the kill. Mission, though, gets himself back over to safety. This is delaying the Baron take, though, and it does prevent Flash from taking anything else.
Yeah, not only delaying it, but just knocking it down completely. No chance of that Baron take, even if Flash did get a kill. And with that big reset forced from the 5-man squad of Flash, it opens up an avenue towards this mid lane, but the fight is not over yet. Koala again in a weird position.
Why is Koala in out of the middle of nowhere? Mission over the wall. In comes Gemini as well, though. Wants to try and go in onto the play. Gets the kick on back. In onto Cotty. Cotty, though, able to still survive, and Koala gets taken down. Mission now gets rooted. Unfortunately for him, he'll get taken down. Bruce, though, is nearby. Stark, though, right on top of the Aphelios. But Mission is on a rampage. He's able to trade back a kill before his life goes down. Turret down in the river is able to do some damage. Slater, though, on a flank. Wants to try and jump in himself. Bruce gets himself back to safety with the Flash and Cleanse both being used. And these skirmishes, you can tell Flash wants to go for these plays. They want to catch out members of Machi. They just can't finish everyone off.
Confident play from Bruce, at least. That is the redeeming factor for Machi in that fight. Koala comes in assuming that Flash had already full recalled to try and greed for some Baron vision in order to set up for a Baron of Machi's own in the future. That greed results in him being picked off, caught out again. And even if Machi make that cool rotation with the hypermobile Lee Sin and LeBlanc duo, the rest of Flash just come piling in. And this fight is long enough that there's time for Slater to respawn and walk to it from the base.
There we go, back.
Look at this. The Syndra is like, how long is this fight?
It goes on for quite a long time. Meanwhile, though, we'll jump right back into the action. Cloud in a minute 30. Both teams still sitting about 500 gold from one another.
Yeah,
So
the 0 AD
unfortunately,
carry
we're-
comp really going to struggle to take these objectives though, so it takes some time for Flash to, get the requisite setup, and then they need a solid 30-40 seconds to actually knock down these objectives.
Well, it's kind of, I feel like if Flash are able to take an objective, they could actually take probably an inhibitor if they're feeling comfortable enough to try and go for that. We'll see. Flash are just going to go ahead and deny vision, and for Machi, you can tell they're having difficulty pushing past this river. You can tell that Flash kind of have an idea of how they need to play this one out. Looking to play with vision while they can. Machi have 5 members here, though, toward this mid lane. Mission has Banshees available. Needs to be a little bit careful himself. Hook does land.
Oh!
But that's why he got
Banshee.
Banshees.
Yeah, I was hype. He got stunned by the Syndra as well, by the way. So yeah, Mission CC bot. Merc Tread's really paying dividends here. Who needs a cleanse when you have fancy footwork? As Machi again get the onus on a Baron rotation though, so this should be rewarding them with the vision setup that Koala greeted for
Gets
before.
caught out. Pati, though, decides not to pull the trigger as Machi rotate back up toward the top side of the map.
This is what I had as a major criticism of Flash, is that they're fishing for fights without any sort of side lane setup. Stark didn't get sent to fix the wave though, he's gone to solo the Drake.
Drake, though, is going to be taken, so it looks like Flash would rather take the soul. Does Machi at least punish this? Are they able to get multiple members and then turn it into a Baron is the question. Mission gets a little bit of damage. Baron down to about 10,000 health. You still have Stark, who does have teleport available if he wishes to join the fight. PK on the flank, though, wants to jump in onto the back line. They're able to get some damage. He gets exhausted immediate. Unfortunately, though, Slater gets taken down pretty low. Mission can't finish him off. In comes Stark on the Aatrox now. Gemini gets taken out. Machi are a little bit all thrown to the wind. Yijin, though, does get taken down. Bruce is still alive. Pati almost gets taken down. The Aphelios is your main carry. They're not able to take him down. Stop. It's all over. Stark, though, onto the back line. Bruce, though, look at the chakrams. He's got plenty of them, but he doesn't have the lifesteal. Hell yes, he does in the end. He brings it back from the brink of death. And there you go. Machi are able to hold on. Gets a triple kill from the turret. And now Pallet is running for his life. And Bruce, off the back of his shoulders, is able to carry Machi.
And this is the Aphelios that Slater promised us in the game before, but didn't quite deliver. Bruce says, no, I am not gonna roll over while the rest of my team dies. I am gonna show up. And show up he does. Turns it around in favor of Machi, cleans up this fight. Dragon Soul be damned, he is showing up on this Aphelios.
Yeah, and it comes down to now this win condition on the side of Machi is, can Bruce stay alive? And it gets scary. It gets scary. He gets rooted once. He has to use, he doesn't have cleanse at this point still. And the fact that Stark is within Q range, gets at least one knockup. Luckily for Bruce, PK was able to delay this as long as possible, but it just came down to the wire.
Mission 8 Syndra ult at the start of that fight and held the attention of at least a couple of members of this Flash lineup to boot. Yeah, Slater, that was not your best Syndra highlight reel. I maybe rescind my statement that he was the best Syndra on this team. But yeah, Bruce may be in trouble though. He's in a little bit of a weird position.
Oh, Bruce. Gotta be careful. PK himself is in a weird position. A nice Aphelios ultimate is able to get some damage. Does have what he can. Bruce gets himself back to safety. Gemini, though, is going to eat up a lot of damage. Mission wanted to jump in into the mid-back line. Why are you trying to jump in as a LeBlanc? Flash are able to find themselves kill. Stark really wants to get Bruce. You can tell Bruce has to carry this fight once again on the Aphelios. Gets himself on over the wall. Kati gets himself very low. Bruce on the Aphelios continues to refuse to die and now has the chakrams available. This is the ramping that you want to see. Lantern gets him back to safety. It's the Koala and Bruce show on the side of Machi.
Bruce is so reliable right now. I wrote him off as a misfortune team fight one trick, but now he is hyper carrying. He is showing up for Machi, but he is scared because he is being hunted. Kati TP'd in.
How much are you willing to use to try and take down Bruce? Because you see, Flash throw everything but the kitchen sink at this Aphelios, and Machi are going to try and do this double. It is the bot lane of Machi trying to do what they can. Gemini's also in the jungle. Bruce has stacked up his chakrams. And holy hell, 16-16, gold dead even. Let's take another look.
How did they not get punished for starting Baron 2v4, Opal? Okay, and Bruce is there, but there's a minion wave between him and the Northless Hook, thankfully. PK just gets popped. Mission makes the most questionable LeBlanc decision we've seen in a while, and that's more questionable than the ones that didn't roam pre-10 minutes. And yeah, just what started like a fantastic fight for Flash and should have been theirs from the get-go turns into another Bruce fleet footwork, fancy footwork highlight reel.
Hey, you got to consider, too, this is Bruce without Bloodthirster yet, by the way, as well. He actually opted into finishing off his Muramana. or not Muramana.
More of Mamulchius.
His Ma overall. And now going for a BF sword. I don't think he goes GA. I think if he gets proc
I
into
think
GA.
he goes. I think he goes QSS sword.
Yeah, might as well.
Mercurial Scimitar.
See, we remember.
QSS sword.
No,
Yes.
he went Bloodthirster. Let's go. I'm ready.
Oh, man.
He's got cleanse. He kind of figures the next fight should be the last here as he has now reached full build. Let's see this. I've seen this once before. PK mission caught out toward the side. Some decent damage, though, will come out if Stark continues to try and go forward. Koala almost threads the needle in between the minions on the hook. Not able to land it, though. Just needs a little bit of reach, and you can tell Flash, it's panicked. If they can try and find an opportunity, if they feel comfortable enough to jump in, they will. Koala almost gets caught out by the hook. Slater down to about half health. Turret gets put down immediately. Will get cleared right away by the orb. Mission continues to jump in. Both members, both teams on the opposite side of the map. That's some big damage, though, onto Kati, though. In comes the hook onto Bruce. He gets cleansed. He gets caught out. He gets the damage, though, and Bruce finally gets taken down, and there is your win condition if you are on the side of Flash. PK, though, still alive. Slater can't finish it off. Mission is still alive, though, on the LeBlanc, and it's one or the other. Unfortunately, Flash can't have both, as both Mission and Bruce are somehow able to keep this team alive. The double kill onto Mission. The hook lands from Koala, and Flash, they're so close, yet so far once again.
It looked like a fantastic fight for the side of Flash. They pile onto Bruce. Bruce drops, but the damage, the commitment, the everything from Flash is not enough to stop the rest of Machi. That hook, I don't know how you thread Nautilus hook of all things, because it feels like it hits everything in a radius, but he manages it. They manage to get Palette with the best play of his Flash career so far, but it doesn't pan out in the end.
And it comes down, Machi, this team, refuses to die during these fights. First it's Bruce, and Bruce finally gets taken down. Bruce, we just saw him smurf the last 2 to 3 team fights. And we say, okay, you kill Bruce, there you go. But somehow, Mission, somehow PK, somehow Gemini are able to get enough damage to get onto these carries, and it's not stopping there as PK almost gets caught out once again. Elder Dragon is live.
And Kati trying to Flash to desperately salvage that? That is the Lissandra's main form of engage. You could just flash onto the flashless Aphelios and ult him in the next fight. Cleanseless Aphelios even. That would be a free fight win for the side of Flash had they not committed that Lissandra flash randomly. How many times can I say flash? I don't know.
So here we go.
Flash.
Flash. Flashes aren't up, though, on the side of Flash. All of them are down. That's going to be Ragnarok pop. That's a very early Olaf ultimate. You can already tell that Flash do not wish to take this fight. Mission TPs into the fight. Has Banshees up. Has that death cap complete as well. So LeBlanc has now hit another decent power spike if she's able to get onto a squishy member. And there you go. Elder Dragon has been started. And it is getting ripped apart here by Bruce, hoping he can get the right setup for the guns. Gets the double route available after using the ultimate. Yijin over the side, 6,000 health onto the Elder Dragon. Is going to reset. Mission jumps in onto Stark immediately. Gets a decent amount of damage. Forces out the Fist passive. Has a GA available onto that Aatrox. Once again, the dance continues in the river.
Yeah, you have just a little bit of a window of opportunity here before the LeBlanc combo is up again. Boom, window closed, it's back up. And now Flash are on the back foot. They're still being routed out of their jungle though. Machi looking for the setup.
Back we go once again. Machi want to start this going. Mission still on a flank. Flash starting to funnel through the river entrance. Gemini can't be taking that much damage. Meanwhile, look at top lane. It's starting to build up here on the side of Machi. That's going to get a natural push in here. So if this fight is lost by Flash, it could spell game over. Mission on top of control ward. Has to be careful himself. Doesn't have a distortion, but does have that safety pallet fishing for a hook. Still can't find it. Mission onto the back line. Gets some damage onto Lissandra.
And this was my main criticism of Flash heading into this. They get pulled around the map, fishing for fights that don't happen, while the minion waves are crashing into their base. Pretty soon on that, so Flash are like, nah, it's do or die, it's now or never, we'll look for something here.
They continue here. PK getting aggressive. Machi, they say, you know what? If that's the case, we'll at least apply pressure through this mid lane, so someone has to answer it. Mission going over the wall, able to get some damage onto Kati. Not enough, though, to pop much else. And look at that. That Aphelios could rip apart the tower. And like that, Inhibitor is now exposed in mid lane. Machi rotate back to Dragon.
Yijin just reset as well, so it looks like Flash are going to seed this, but Slater stays. Slater is looking for something, and Slater is very vulnerable in this currently very much alone Syndra.
Here we go. Gemini is going to start this one up. Machi trying to defend. 2 GAs available on the side of Flash. Kati does have teleport available, and he's going to have home guards as well if he wants to join in onto this fight. Could go in through the bot lane minion wave. That is a possibility, but it looks like Flash are looking to commit. There you go. Teleport's going to come out from Lissandra. Bruce is caught in the bad place. Koala's also there too, and they're going to get pincered. Unfortunately, Machi, they were too close to put together, and now they're spread apart a decent amount of damage. Koala gets taken on down. Look at Bruce. Can he survive? No, starting right on top of him, but look at that regen coming out from the Aphelios. PK on the front line, but it now comes down to, can this team, can Bruce carry back this fight once more? Machi going to get corralled over toward the side. Once again, the track rooms have dissipated, and Flash have been able to find their mark. Once again, Bruce still alive. They flash on forward. There's the double stun. That's what you needed. Bruce goes down, and Flash have found the victory. 5 members alive. They can look for the base.
And they brute force fight time and time again, but it eventually pays off. Bruce never in a position to do damage. The solo laners for Flash. Lissandra from Kati running interference. Stark mildly inconveniencing this carry from Machi, and it's enough for the rest of the team to clean up, and it should be enough for Flash to bounce back. 1-2 punch. They reset this to a best of 3.
And there you go, 1-1 will be the series score. Machi were close. Bruce tried his hardest, but it just wasn't enough. And we go now 1-1 as the VCS strikes back.
40 minutes on that game clock. The late game team fights that Machi flourish in. And Flash say no. These are our team fights. These are our fights to snowball through. I haven't seen an Olaf do anything past 20 minutes in that game, but the rest of the team picked it up. Yijin was supportive through and through, which is admirable because he's on a champion with no CC, but it's what his team needs. The solo laner show again from the side of Flash.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the fact that Flash was able to bring that one home. It looked shaky at times, and my God, Machi, they were close to trying to bring it back. They were really close to bringing that back. But it came down to, again, and this is something that Machi has done before. It happened during a couple of their series with Talon, where late game they decide, let's put 2 people over here, let's put 3 people over here. Wait, what the hell? We just got collapsed by 5 on one of our odd man, like we're on man out. It's not going to pay off.
Yeah, Bruce on the Aphelios did quite a lot of work there, but the rest of the team, PK getting caught out, Mission never really getting on the board on the LeBlanc. Gemini had 100% kill participation for the first 20 minutes, by the way, and that was like 10 odd kills, so yeah, I can't fault him too much, but it just feels like Machi were on different pages from each other from here on out, and when Bruce couldn't 1v9 because Flash said, look, this guy's clearly doing everything, let's just focus him down, team fell apart.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for Bruce, so you can see, though, why that Aphelios was so popular when it comes to the PCS, even after all the changes. Still could be an absolute monster when it hits this late part of the game. For Flash, I think this was, of course, a much-needed victory. It ties up the series, but if they lost after such a long game where they were so close to victory multiple times, I think that would have been a nail in the coffin mentally. So I'm glad to see them. They're able to kind of regroup, refocus here. Even considering their early game, I felt was much stronger compared to what we saw from Machi.
As well as that, though, just think about the changes they made leading into that early game, leading into Champ Select even, where they brought in this mid-jungle duo that had stuck with them through the regular split. That is such a good boost of morale for Yijin and Kati in particular. And Kati, by the way, undefeated versus Machi so far this event.
Yeah, it seems like Kati has Mission's number, possibly. Could also due to the fact that they decided to try and draft a LeBlanc, and that's still one that questions me on the side of Machi. I just don't think it works for Mission. So we'll see what they can try and regroup. But we have ourselves a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we were hoping for. VCS still has some life in them.
Absolutely, some life in them at least. And yeah, not only was the LeBlanc a good, a bad pick for Mission, but also it's a good pick for Kati to play against. He excels at holding you in lane. He excels at forcing you to play this drawn out kind of game. And I have a lot of respect for him in that regard. That being said, his map movements weren't spectacular, but his team fighting, Flash as a whole, their map movements aren't good, but their team fighting, next level.
Yeah, I prefer not to see Gemini on the Lee Sin again. I felt like a lot of that map pressure, map control that we saw from Gemini through the course of this tournament, I don't know if it was the pick, but we saw absolutely none of that. We never really saw Machi trade back objectives as frequently as they did when they did lose a member on the other side of the map. We never really saw that answer come through from Gemini. I don't know if that was the champion not having the tools for him to do that necessarily and more just trying to snowball his lanes, but we didn't see that from PK. Either way, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Game 3, series tied 1-1 between Machi and Flash.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump immediately into pick and ban for Game 3. Flash was able to tie up the series 1-1. So like Brazia mentioned, we now have ourselves a best of 3 on our hands, technically, with only 3 games to remain, and to decide who will be advancing into our grand final against Talon.
And Flash learning from, well, history so far this tournament with keeping Yijin and Kati in the lineup. It's a winning formula against Machi so far, so why change it?
So let's see here. Bans. Well, looking like Flash kind of have an idea. They're looking to target what's comfort and what's been working for Machi, getting rid of the Zoe once again, as well as getting rid of the Grays. Meanwhile, Machi, same 3 that we saw in the previous draft, getting rid of the Set, Galio, and Callista. With the bars being banned out, you know what's available. It's going to be the Aphelios getting locked in for Bruce.
And Bruce did so much work on this Aphelios in the previous game that, yeah, but why not just run it back with a winning formula? It's the PCS special. Of course, you can answer it first rotation with something cool for Slater, but suddenly, now that you've seen that he's willing to take the Syndra bot lane, you lose a lot of the mystery behind this pick. Not going to stop them from at least thinking about it, though.
Well, there you go. Syndra's going to get locked in and maybe pair that up with the Nautilus once again. It seems like draft looking pretty similar to what we saw during Game 2. I'll admit it was a very close game between the 2 squads, but I want to see if Machi, I want to see something different from Mission and Gemini in particular, and that would be a comfort pick up there for Mission.
Yeah, picking one of Mission's more comfortable champions, not putting any pressure on him to roam early. Yes, you lose a lot of the volatility, but it's not like LeBlanc had any influence in that Renekton Lee Sin 2v2 anyway. So thinking about the options available here in the other roles, I want to see a Yuumi because it does okay into Nautilus, but it does make Bruce just a bit more of a 1v9 special. That being said, Yuumi so far this tournament, not had the greatest of times versus Nautilus.
No, it's been a bit of a rough one here. Gemini on the Lee Sin, I'm not sold. I like the Rek'Sai a whole lot more, though. That's kind of what we saw from him during the regular season of PCS, which allows him to apply a little bit more CC, as well as still be a threat in the early game.
And the thing about the Rek'Sai is that as a blind pick, you can skirt around it. If you go for the Kindred, you go for the Nidalee, you go for anything that doesn't get in her face nor allow her to get in your face, and you can just, you know, have a pretty okay time of things. I like it especially, though, because it does make the Skarner pickup that's been such a comfort pick for Yijin a lot less appealing as an answer.
We'll see here, Stark, this time around. They wanted to get priority on that Renekton immediately, so they'll go ahead and be the ones to actually blind pick it, and then try and ban away some of the maybe bad matchups that Stark has been having.
This has been banned against Stark more often than it has been picked by Flash, and I think that teams that have scrimmed Flash perhaps know a little bit more about Stark's potential as of recent than we do. Of course, we saw him pop off on Aurelia in lane phase, and we've seen him pop off on Aatrox in team fights. The guy is a perennial weak side player, and suddenly I think that this does telegraph that it's going to be a Syndra bot lane, because you need Renekton to be your strong side, and you need to play through top if you're gonna have a winning formula for Flash again. And PK did not look good last game, so why not just make that your point of focus?
Alright, so no Olaf here for Yijin. What does Flash, though, want to try and get rid of? You want to try and at least get a safe lane once again, maybe ban out that Braum like we saw last time around. That looks to be the answer here, is that's going to be banned out by Flash, and now Machi with their final ban.
If I'm Machi, I ban Lee Sin, Elise, or even Nidalee or Skarner. Just something from Yijin's pool. Trim it down, make him not get something that can really navigate the Rek'Sai matchup, nor pressure on that top side very hard early, and just scale up, hold Gemini's hand through the early game. But alright, they said, look, maybe it's Syndra mid this time around. Maybe if we scale, we should take you off of one of your more comfortable scaling picks as well.
Alright, so no Kai'Sa, which could possibly mean that we just see this Syndra just get rotated back into the bot lane, similar to what we saw during the first go-around, and that might be the answer here, is that's going to be the Trundle being hovered here on the side of Flash, and it does get locked in for Yijin.
not a massive fan of it, but it means that PK shouldn't be able to answer the Renekton with the Maokai. They're saying, look, play your comfort Aatrox. We know the insides and outs of that matchup, and we can do our best to shut you down. Trundle, I'm not huge on anymore. He's a secondary support, can really facilitate some picks from the Syndra Nautilus, but at the same time, just not super proactive. And that being said, Yijin is more of a cerebral, supportive jungler relative to the other carries in his league, but it's still not something with a huge amount of agency.
Let's see here, though, from Machi. Looks like they want to try and go the route that we saw Talon with, like, Hanabi up in the top lane, try and use the Mordekaiser to just try and pick off individual members that are causing a lot of trouble for them during these team fights, like this Syndra, or like what Kati might go ahead and lock in for the last pick in mid lane.
And this is not only the Hanabi answer to the Renekton, but it is the PCS special. We've seen it from Ziv time and time again. It's a comfort matchup that a lot of players do actually let go back and forth. We've seen it go either way. I still consider it Renekton favored, especially before level 6, because Nautilus is not a champion until he has access to the Death Realm.
Well, we might just see, though, Gemini try and path up toward that top lane, especially when he runs that Rex side. It's usually always a red side start, and then usually a straight path up to PK to try and make something happen. So we'll see whether or not they're able to punish Stark once again. This time, though, Slater is actually going to be the one rocking the Ezreal, something that we usually always see come out of Bruce as his backup, but I think this is the first time we've seen Slater on the champion during this tournament.
And as I said about the Mordekaiser not really being a champion before level 6, you do want to take advantage of that as Yijin. So expect the Trundle to rotate all of his pressure early into this top lane, and that means that the Ezreal is going to reward the team handsomely just by being pretty safe, pretty laid back, and pretty unthreatened by whatever attention Gemini may dictate towards the bottom side in response to his top laner's pressure.
I think, though, the plan for Machi is we get to see Mission in a little bit more of his comfort zone. Something where he doesn't have to make plays nonstop back and forth on like something like the LeBlanc, try and roam into other lanes. This time around, he can sit on that Corki, farm away like he usually does, you know, gets his farming simulator going in the mid lane, gets himself, 2 to 3 items, and then starts to become an absolute monster on the Corki in team fights.
Farming simulator Corki, but the copter is a tractor.
Well,
okay,
we did let him put we do let Corki, like drive a dog, so I don't think it's out of the question to put him on a tractor.
But at least the dog can fly.
My question,
well,
there's also like the planes that the farmers use to like spray down pesticide and stuff like that. He could have one of those. Wait, no, that's when he has the package available. That's what his tractor turns into. And then when he uses his Valkyrie, it does like a wheelie. Because he hits the NOS button or something on his tractor. Nonetheless, Farmer Corki, $1 million idea. Right, you can hire me. Machi, we'll see if the plan is set in stone, if this change up of style can pan out well for them, and maybe try and have a little bit more of a controlled game. Because I'm going to say, for the very least, Game 2, it was utter chaos, and it seemed like they were just having difficulty trying to manage the map.
Yeah, utter chaos is where Flash and the rest of the VCS teams do thrive. Fight, fight, fight. It's reflected in the fact that no one really rocks a kill participation on average of above 65%, a ton of solo kills across the whole board in general. And now, with this more controlled, scaling up kind of team fight, you now have Machi back in their comfort zone.
Well, onto the rift here for Game 3. Machi and Flash tied 1 game apiece. 3 games remaining to see who can make it into our grand final against Talon. Apparently our camera broke. I think it fell off our in-rift dolly cam. It
fell
happens.
off of a Corki tractor. Got run over.
Corki, he's been piloting the drone cam. Sometimes he just kind of crashed it into the enemy base. This is still... I'm going to go back to this Corki skin. It's early game.
Right.
I still find it very disturbing. They've is it a mechanical dog, or is it a real dog that they were able to put a seat in? Because that's in some insane engineering, if that's the case.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. Is this the lore update that we've been waiting for when it comes to League of Legends as a whole?
What I find disturbing, by the way, is Phase Rush Trundle.
Ooh. All right.
He will stick to you. He won't fight you, but he will stick to you.
That's a good question, actually. Did Yijin mess up his runes, or is this like legitimately something he likes to play?
I guess it's legitimate, yeah. It lets him stay on the carries once he gets on top of them, and maybe chase down Maud pre-6. The issue is that any kind of skirmish that he could have taken against Gemini early is basically now out of the picture. Kati does have a better time of backing him up in the mid-jungle 2v2, and while Trundle isn't a phenomenal mid-jungle 2v2er, he is still gonna, help elevate the Syndra in that kind of matchup should Gemini and Mission choose to make any sort of proactive play early.
Alright, so this is kind of interesting here, as Yijin already gets spotted out on top of a ward, and you can see Bruce, he gets caught out, decides to try and hold on to the flash, does get himself out with the lantern. But with that ward coverage, it actually now allows Gemini to freely farm up the top side of the map and maybe even look for a play, even with this ward already being put down here by Stark.
Good hold on that skill up point for Koala there. Just took Dark Passage level 1 as soon as he needed to. Fantastic read. And as you said, because Stark is pushing like a madman, you expect the Renekton to do so. Call the Meek on the wave. Stack up your wave. Stack up your rage. He could make a convincing case for a 1v2, considering Mordekaiser, again, as I mentioned, not a champion in the early game.
Unfortunately there, Gemini, I think he ended up doing the camp a little bit wrong, and he actually got spotted out by the minion wave as it came through the lane. So you saw a lot of pings coming out onto Stark saying, all right, get yourself back to safety. Don't let this go on through. Mid lane here, though. Kati going to be on the Syndra this time around. The Syndra Corki matchup is something Mission's played plenty of times, especially in PCS. It was usually what was kind of answered to, especially with the LeBlanc usually being banned out. Meanwhile, bot lane, hello, that's a party if I see one. PK wants to join on in, ends up using the grass back and able to at least get a, well, doesn't even get a flash yet. That's a lot burned, actually, as that was looking for the 4-man dive in bot lane for flash.
We went from a very, very quiet mid-game farm first, looking at Rek'Sai posturing to take the Wolf Camp, suddenly cut to bot lane, and bam, action exploding across the map. That is the team flash we know, and that is the team flash that have now rotated up and secured a bit of early pressure in favor of Yijin when he maybe shouldn't necessarily have had any.
Well, Gemini still following here. Yijin sees it, actually goes forward, even knowing that the Trundle's nearby. You also got Pallet still waiting at the tower.
Standard Trundle play there. You just show your face, and suddenly they're afraid to all in your laner, and then you walk away. You can't fight early. Instead, you're just there as a deterrent from them diving, from them fully committing, just because he's such a nuisance. He's such a huge inconvenience to the enemy all in. Speaking of all ins, though, here's the one that happened bot that made us scratch our heads, and yeah. Fresh got Aftershock.
That was, yeah. Unfortunately, you did see PK at least tried to, if he got that grasp onto Pallet, probably a different story. They would have been able to at least get a kill. Bruce, woo! Gotta be careful with that lantern. It's been really telegraphed recently, and Pallet's almost been able to get the hook mid-lantern.
That was a very spooky ooh.
I'd be a little bit, if I was Bruce, I'd be a little bit
scared.
It's a
spooky hook.
It's a spooky hook coming at you, and it's not from a Thresh. All right, I think we've established that Nautilus, lore-wise, can literally stand on the ocean floor and have his head peek out. So that's a giant hook, okay, Imriz? I'd be pretty spooked.
Understandable. Okay, PK getting a little bit ambitious here. I don't think you can really make a convincing case for a freeze against Renekton. And Stark should just shove this in. But the support's already unlocked. You saw Palette with an attempted follow-up to the mid-jungle skirmish earlier, and now you see Koala aggressively posturing, aggressively placing vision, and aggressively being caught out.
Unfortunately, does have flash available. It looks like he wants to try and delay this as much as possible. Gemini going to come on over the wall, but that's first blood, and saving the flash for that long, was it really worth it? As Machi making some mistakes on the decision-making. Flash forward coming out from Kati. That's a double kill for the Syndra. And Machi starting to lose a lot of pressure here early.
And your MVP of Game 2, MVP of Flash's first victory in 2 days, has now got 2 kills under his belt. 2-0-0, a good CS lead for this Syndra, and a ton of pressure applied in the mid lane allows Flash to snowball that into a rotation on an early Drake.
And there you go. 6 minutes on the clock, 1,500 gold lead, 2 kills, 1 dragon. Great start here, and it comes back to Machi. It's even weird because Machi saw that the Syndra was pathing down here and still decided to try and take this fight.
Yeah, they thought they could take the 3v3, but unfortunately, it's not really a 3v3 when Koala's already dead at the start of it. By the time Gemini's opened there, he's not really able to do anything. This is Mana Moon Corki, by the way, so he has tier in inventory, he's dealing no damage at all, and by the time they are in a position to fight, everything is already crumbling away.
So a bit unfortunate there, coming out for Machi. We'll see, though, as Palette, Snarlis has been just kind of matching wherever Gemini has been going on the map, and you can already see possibly looking for a possible play up toward the top side of the map onto PK. Still a bit early, though, as Rift Herald has yet to spawn.
Something I would like to note is that the Ocean Drake pickup pretty early does help the Ezreal a little bit more than anyone else. He's very much gated by his mana relative to other AD carries besides Lethality Varus, just because he relies on using that Q to trade in lane, especially pre-tier or Sheen base.
So a nice little pickup there for the Ezreal, and Slater actually has yet to go back, so he's sitting on a decent chunk of gold. Likely just going to try and finish off the Murmana. Try and stack that immediately instead of going for the tier pickaxe back that we usually see from a lot of Ezreals.
Okay, so this is pretty interesting. It is going to be the GLP for Kati rather than the Ludens. And that means the Syndra has a little bit better safety when it comes to dealing with these short-ranged Corki, plus the melees that are piling in on her, plus a little bit more reliable all-in to maybe chase down the Corki if he W's away from her later on.
See, Koala, able to land the hook there onto Slater, decides to go in, but you can tell Bruce is a bit hesitant. He doesn't really want to go for this play, and now Koala is going to get bursted. That's going to be a heal, though, into the exhaust. Gemini coming nearby, and there he goes, a flash play over the wall. Gemini over 2 with the barrow, and there you go. It's Bruce on the board with his first kill of the game.
Slater not basing even with 72 CS under his belt, gets baited into greeting for another wave. As soon as you commit that first true shot barrage to clear the wave, just go base, teleport back into lane, because when your support fishes for a crazy engage like that, and granted it's flash, of course they'll fish for the crazy fight, you can't follow up, you have no real convincing damage to trade back, and that is a free kill for Gemini if I ever did see one, but now it's Flash that answer a kill bot lane with a Herald.
Oh yeah, Gemini needed to make something happen onto the map. Meanwhile, we see Mission and Gemini. Palette, he's a pretty big boy at the moment. Mission gets himself over to safety, has to flash over the wall. So that's going to be the summoner down on the Corki, and he's going to be a little bit exposed here if Yujin decides to make an appearance.
And I thought that maybe we'd see Palette avenge himself there, get a good pickup onto Gemini. Instead, it's just a lot of pressure. And hey, neutralizing this Rek'Sai's early game goes a long way to making that champion super useless later on.
So there we go. Bruce, I've seen a lot of pressure coming out here. Palette still looking for the in-between tower play. He's going to get himself the hook to at least get himself back over to safety. A bit of chaos so far here in this third game of the series, and Yujin making another appearance. Gemini is nearby, though. They go ahead, get the play on down. Shelly has been used. Koala hook not going to land. You can tell Bruce and them want to try and do what they can to at least prevent this. Package is available. Teleport coming on through. That was the Moonlight Visual. That's actually PK wants to join in on the fight. Uses the Death Realm onto Slater immediately. They're greeting pretty hard for Palette. They finally take him on down, and poor Slater has nowhere to run. PK gets the solo kill on the Ezreal, and there's the play in bot lane finally coming through for the side of Machi.
PK itemizes for the Renekton lane, and that means this Ezreal does no damage at all. Just one bulky, healthy, armor-stacking Mordekaiser to face tank your damage. Knocks him down, they get a good cleanup, and I was hyped about the Corki package potentially answering this, but this is without the package even being used. He runs straight to the mid lane. Flash, they get punished for their over-aggression, but can they trade back? In the solo lanes, it does not look like it, as Stark only gets a 5 CS lead, and yeah, sure, 2 turret plates to his name, but that is not enough to compensate for what Machi just gained in the bot lane.
That's another one. Palette's starting to get cooked out time and time again. Does have depth charge available if he wants to try and turn this one back. Bruce a little bit low on mana. Ejin was looking to path down, but the control ward is going to spot him out. Gemini also nearby, so this Rek'Sai looking to match pretty much where the Trundle goes. They were also able to get some plates onto Bruce, but second Dragon of the game looks like it will go in favor of Flash, as Gemini is still doing his Krugs.
I have a lot of respect for these VCS teams that don't hesitate to pull the trigger on early Drakes. You have Trundle, Elise, both the most played junglers in that league, Nidalee as well. All of these single target damage dealing junglers that deal exceptionally with these early Drakes. And you see the PCS teams, they're usually a bit hesitant to pull the trigger on the more industrious Dragon takes, but you see Flash there, they secure the first one, and then as soon as the second one comes, regardless of lane state, they are on that objective and they are taking it, driving themselves towards a very legitimate Dragon Soul win condition in 10 minutes time.
All right, so timer kind of ticking here. What does Machi try and do to at least slow this down? Because if you do let the Infernal go on over, Ezreal and Syndra, they're going to love having that. Koala and Pallet have been bumping heads left and right so far in this game 3. Bruce, though, has finished off his Infinity Edge immediately, so that's a nice pickup onto the Aphelios rather early. He's going to look to build toward his Runads, as Slater is still going to be in a little bit of a delayed state as he is stacking up. See Gemini wanting to test for everything, but doesn't actually go fully through it. And he's going to try and make something happen top, but he's caught out by a ward.
Can't believe we're seeing weak side Renekton. Poor Stark. That being said, though, looking at the state of the game for Machi, you mentioned their win conditions being a little bit less clear than the Dragon Soul coming through from Flash, and that is the fact that Mission is still scaling. Mission is still grasping at coming online. Down 1k in the mid lane, and I expect Kati to go for a big all-in once he ticks over to level 11. But the other win condition is Bruce, 2-0-0 in edge and pocket for this Aphelios that he's shown he is so proficient on.
Yeah, it comes down to, is Bruce going to get caught during a team fight? That's pretty much what we saw the previous time around, and Gemini's being tracked rather well here. Yichin's been farming up a bloody storm considering the amount of times we have seen Gemini try and have to answer in a lane. He's starting to fall wickedly behind in CS.
Yeah, considering Trundle has a much worse clear than pretty much, I'd say, most, if not all of the other meta junglers when it's not Gromp buff, then yeah, really commendable that Eugen is actually on the board as much as he is. I credit that mostly to Palette just being omnipresent around that bot side scuttler and that Drake, but also just really good intelligent pathing from Eugen. And he said, look, you subbed me out for a rookie in game 1, clearly it did not work out for you, trust in me and I will bridge this early game gap and get our carries to their 2 item spikes. By the way, item spikes and carries, Renekton Blade of the Ruined King. You'll love to see it.
He also mentioned GLP has been completed for Kati. They do spot the Syndra actually pathing toward the bot side of the map, so Gemini and the rest of the squad know this is coming. That's going to be both backs coming through. Bruce, unfortunately for him, he's going to get caught out, and that is the worst possible place you could be backing in the lane. And Machi, they're going to hurt now even more as Eugen is going to get himself an ultimate. And this one's going to hurt if you're a Machi fan, as Machi had clear knowledge this was coming.
Didn't even need the mid-jungle 2v2 to influence that pick onto Bruce. The extra pick onto Gemini was the cherry on top of the cake for Team Flash, and their high-octane, super heavy pressure early game explosive playstyle is now taking our slower PCS team by storm.
Yeah, I have to kind of question like that. There was full knowledge of this coming on down, and at this point, Gemini, he's once you're behind on Rek'Sai, it's not a fun time because you're pretty much just a knock-up bot. And with that too, they get themselves first turret plate on the side of Flash, and it's now about a 3,000 gold lead. Looking very clean here from the side of the VCS.
So I mentioned that the GLP from Syndra makes it exceptionally easy for her to kite out the relatively short-range threats on Machi, besides the Aphelios, of course. Gauntlet for the Ezreal also goes a long way to nullifying a lot of the potential pressure being popped out here. The issue is that Slater, if he's ever caught by PK like he was earlier in the bot lane, just going to get mowed down by this Mordekaiser, you have to imagine.
coming on over toward the side. PK is also going to come near. Looks like Machi want to try and at least interrupt this, but you already see Flash. They say, all right, cool, we won't take Rift Herald. We're going to immediately start to path into mid lane, and if you're going to give that up too, then we'll just go happily over toward the Dragon. Meanwhile, PK in the top lane trying to go for the 1v1 up against Stark. Stark with that Bork, still doing some decent damage. Another mace comes down. Stark waiting on cooldowns. Can PK actually finish it? Yes, he will with the flash Q.
Stark has had an up and down tournament, let's say that. Usually getting solo killed back in the VCS by Kiaya, I think pretty much every time these two top laners did clash. Didn't look too hot there. Has the Blade of the Ruined King spike, which, you know, usually means that Renekton doesn't lose a fight, but when you ult him into the Death Realm, you take him out of the minion wave, suddenly his Q doesn't do as much healing. He W'd at the start of the trade, so he didn't have enough Fury to actually break the shield with the empowered Renekton W, and he just never auto-attacked to generate any more of his resource.
You see, though, Machi at least going to try and contest this Dragon. That's going to be a teleport coming out from Stark. Mission does see this, and he is on the Corki, does have package available. Has to be careful himself, though. Doesn't want to get caught out. Gemini already below 1,000 health, too, so this Rek'Sai is pretty squishy. We'll see whether or not they can actually find their position. Mission looking for the play. Pal, it's going to be that front line. Bruce Barrage ends up going on through. Koala going down low. Bruce is still alive. They take down the Nautilus, and oh no! Flash, they may have went a little bit too far forward. The shutdown goes on to Mission. That's a huge influx of gold. Slater, though, still alive. Bruce wants to maybe go over the wall. He decides not to. In the end, it's a 3-for-3. Shutdowns go on over to Machi as well as the Drake.
Yeah, 3-for-3, but they're happy with it because not only do they get gold onto the Corki, get gold onto the Aphelios, scale up on those champs, you're out of the danger zone for Mordekaiser's early game, and he is a beast right now, and you've weathered that Dragon Soul win condition storm that was being presented to you. The pressure is off for the next 5 minutes, but there's an all-in in the bot lane right now.
You saw all-in on your second screen, and PK, okay. This is majorly concerning, as PK can now be pretty much unmatched into a solo lane.
Yeah, gonna have a really rough time of things is Stark from here on out. Just outranged naturally by the Corki, by the bot lane, and now can't even win the melee matchup. Renekton should always, always, always trash people 1v1, even 1v2 after Blade of the Ruined King if the enemy top jungle are both melee. So this is a grave misplay from Stark. Granted, he was playing weak side and is put in a really awkward position, much like the one Flash may find themselves in now, should they continue this Herald take.
Mission could look for the pinch. Let's see, though. It's going to be the Rift Herald down to 3,000 health. A nice hook comes in from Koala. PK, though, gets caught out. That's a decent amount of damage, but he gets shut down. They're able to find it. Mission still looking for it. Whether or not they're going to be able to. True Shot Barrage ends up stealing the Rift Herald, but Koala goes over the wall. They're able to deny the Rift Herald away from the side. Stark is able to pick up the eye as well. Gemini goes on in. Slater, though, gets himself their first shot. Goes directly into melee range, though, of Mission, and it's a double kill for the Corki. In the end, Flash are able to secure the eye, so it doesn't go to waste. It's a trade. They get the shutdown over to PK, but you just gave Mission 2 kills on this Corki. That's now 4-1-1.
Second time in a row we see the team that starts the objective get answered and trade in a 3-for-3. Absolute bloodbath, but it's the neutral objective take that you have to look at as the better outcome. Look for Flash to use this Herald to crack open mid, get a couple more inches of breathing room for Renekton to push up, the Nautilus to roam the map freely, and as well as that, just try to get Syndra in a good enough position that you can one-shot this Corki and not have to worry about the fact that Mission is huge.
So yeah, Mission now has finished off his tier. Also picked up the Trinity Force as well. Yeah, no, this is a big, big Corki now. We mentioned he is an early lane phase, maybe a little lackluster, but that is the Mission special. Doesn't look to be flashy, just plays the team fights.
Exactly, just ramps up in relevancy. And again, we're seeing Machi opt into a team comp that can play the 1-3-1, that can play the map went ahead.
Oh,
And
Koala.
Flash, they just say, no, we don't want to play the map, we want to play for the fight.
True shot barrage comes on through, a decent amount of damage. Koala is able to keep himself alive. Doesn't have Flash or Exhaust, but luckily for him, it looks like the side of Flash realizing maybe we don't want to go into a choke point against the Aphelios that does have the Infinity Edge and Runans complete. That does mean, though, it is going to be the Rift Herald popped in mid lane to get themselves the first tower, maybe possibly even the second one.
Herald popped in mid, yeah, as you mentioned, and when this mid lane tier 1 is cracked open, it gives a lot more room to breathe for the rest of Flash.
Oh
But
boy,
Yijin,
he's caught in the death realm. He's got nowhere to run. He's melee range at this point. PK, he's just gonna whack away and take him down. In comes the Mordekaiser, and the rest of Machi gonna follow on through. The grass isn't there. Kati was able to at least take down the Mordekaiser. Oh, True Shot Barrage ends up splitting the uprights. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end as PK is able to take down the jungle, but does lose his life.
the thing is, if Kati ults PK, who is going to deal with Mission, this Triforce, Muramana, Sork Shoes, building towards an Infedge as well. This Corki is huge right now, and if left unhindered, can just shred through the entirety of this Flash lineup. Credit to Yijin for living as long as he did. Did get to the edge of that Mordor though and can't run anymore, so yeah, just mowed down in the end. This was a lot of damage from the GLP plus Ezreal, by the way, to follow up on this Syndra burst, so yeah, pretty happy with how Flash dealt with the Mord pretty instantly, but at the same time, if you focus down the Mord, if you focus down the Aphelios, the Corki free casts.
And with that too, Mission was also able to pick up a tower pallet though. Coming down, and you know what he has. Mission does have Flash available. And he's just going to flash forward, gets himself again the auto attack, and Mission going to get taken on down. A nice roam and a very big lapse in judgment from Mission and Machi. There's absolutely no vision for him to go for this.
And suddenly Flash push it to Soul Point as well. They get the big shutdown, they get the Corki's map pressure off the board entirely, and now they get the Drake again, but here's the
Koala just jumps in, takes him down. Pallet from behind, wants to try and jump in onto Bruce, tries to get the prediction, doesn't go for it. Gemini still wants to try and go for a fight. Stark ends up flashing away to safety, try to go for the flank. And somehow Gemini actually gets out there alive.
Yeah, the flash hook came through, and I was like, but yeah, that was pretty impressive. Koala, credit to him, plays have blown up in his face so far this series, but it paid off that time. Slater not having the greatest of games, but Kati is still huge on this Syndra, the rest of the team is rallying behind him, and Flash, you've seen it time and time again, even if things don't go their way immediately, that won't put them off. They will still fish for the play, and they will still fight to the death.
And it seems like when it comes to best of series, Flash are still showing up. Let's take a look here. Slater gets a bit caught out. Koala, as always, aggressive on the Thresh.
Yep, and we immediately come out of that to see Slater pushing back in mid. Last time he was there, it clearly did not work out for him, but no, he's back to playing it out. From here on out, though, you need to have the Syndra kind of think about rotating to the rest of the team. But at the same time, Flash maybe being a little bit more aware of the side lanes this game, saying, look, we can't have Renekton match the Corki, we probably don't want to send our entire bot lane to match the Corki, and that just leaves Kati as the one to play the side lane.
Out toward the side, Mission goes within melee range, is going to get hooked on back. Unfortunately, still not enough. Bruce is going to get themselves the kill. Kati, though, was able to take down Gemini, so that means no jungle available for Machi.
Yeah, so no real objective pressure now that the Rek'Sai is off the board. Really hard to play into Ezreal poke anyway, but PK does it anyway.
Decent amount of damage in onto the Trundle. That is going to be a teleport, though, coming out from Kati. Does lose the home guard immediately, though, so just use defensively to try and sway off Machi from going for a dive.
Just a replay of how this happened. Palette maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Can't go back through mid because Thresh is between him and the tower. And yeah, credit, by the way, to this insanely not fed Rek'Sai, who still almost 1v1 the Syndra. Had the ult from the Rek'Sai come through to interrupt the Syndra, ultimate with the untargetability, it would have actually probably paid off in favor of Gemini, but in the end it's Kati who walks away with the kill.
PK, though, is going to resume his pressure into a side lane, does have that teleport available, and Stark can't really match him. Actually, no one on Flash can. They have 3 teleports in their arsenal. They're all on cooldown. So if Stark actually loses out here, PK can easily continue to push in the wave, and we could even see a fight break out elsewhere if Machi want to try and go for it.
Rapid fire cannon for the Corki. He's no longer that short range threat that can be easily dispatched with a GLP into Syndra combo, and he now has a lot of poke under his belt. Suddenly, if Machi can get their front line in a position that the Aphelios plus Corki can reliably dish out the damage, their poke surpasses that of the Ezreal's, and that means that these neutral objectives are going to become even more difficult to face check.
Oh, PK might get soloed out here. Stark can get a decent amount of damage now that he's finished off his Black Cleaver. PK does have 2 members of Flash trying to chase him, has Flash available himself as well. Has to use it to get himself away to safety. Meanwhile, though, lots of pings coming out from the side as Machi. We're looking to possibly go for the Baron.
Yeah, these 20-minute Aphelios Barons are a recurring theme in this series so far. Hasn't worked out all of the time, but still pretty impressive to see, and this game will be no different. Team still fishing for them.
PK gets himself to safety. Draw your attention, though, Slater. We're seeing defensive Ezreal builds come out here, as that's a Death Dance as well as the Iceborne Gauntlet.
So the fact he's so defensive does let the Trundle and Nautilus peel for the Syndra and dive into the enemy backline if they so wish. That being said, he has no damage. Still does a fairly hefty amount of poke, and that will pay dividends for them if this Flash lineup can get any sort of pressure around this Drake area with their Infernal Soul Point coming up in 20 seconds.
Bruce, though, opting in this time, is going to go ahead and pick up the Phantom Dancer as his 3rd item, so he does have that passive shield if he drops a little bit low. Instead of going for the Maul like we saw last time. Gemini has himself that quick tunnel to get himself back to safety. Mission looking for a flank. Decent chunk of damage here onto Eugen, and this is actually really bad timing for the jungle of Flash to be poked out like this because Dragon just spawned.
Yeah, they could just take the Gromp and let Yijin sustain through the Trundle passive. That could very well be the play. Little bit scary for Koala there. 1 Syndra ult and he is dead. Maybe he's stopped watching his inventory because he's building towards Stoneplate though, which is why we don't see that full commitment. Teleport coming in.
PK though, coming over the side. Koala also roaming down. Mission still in on this fight as well. 3,000 health on to the Dragon. Eugen wants to go forward. Koala gets the hook immediately on over to, and it goes over in favor of Machi. The soul point not in favor of Flash. PK takes down Caudy. That's a big shutdown once again onto this Mordekaiser. Mission has to be careful. Stark wants to run up forward, but you can see the amount of damage. The double kill coming out from PK, and Bruce and the rest of the team still alive at this point. Mission picks up his kill as well, and Machi are able to clean house 4 members of Flash as well as the Infernal.
With Carty down, with Stark unable to find his entryway into the backline till the end of that fight, it meant that there's no damage being pumped out. This is not a DPS-centric Ezreal. Won't do any damage at all till Blade of the Ruined King, and that's why Machi can just ignore Slater as they destroy the rest of this Flash lineup.
Slater gonna go ahead and peek in onto the Baron. Those are some low health bars if he's able to get some decent damage. Oh, the True Shot Barrage ends up taking down Gemini. This is risky. That's a shutdown over to Slater, and he's somehow able to seal away Bruce over the wall. He steals the Baron. Are you serious? This man just 1v5'd in the pit, got a Quadra, and stole the Baron. What the hell did I just watch?
I'm sorry, viewers at home, for your ears there, but oh my god! Slater with the 0 damage Ezreal build, but who needs to deal damage when the Baron is doing it for you? He gets the steal, he gets the 1v4 quadra kill, and now Flash may get a mid-inhib and something else to boot.
And Machi, what is this kind of play coming out? Slater, the fact he's able to do that because of the Baron debuff and whatever momentum Machi just had, it got knocked out of their sails. Let's take a look here again.
Oh god, True Shot Barrage comes through. Mordekaiser would have died to Baron had he not popped his shield. Shield wears off. Threading of the Q there, pretty cool from Slater. W plus E damage from the Ezreal. The burst is insane. And he actually dies to his own death stance, if you're wondering why he died. And
hello, Mission! gets himself the quick kill, and the hook lands onto Stark once again. Eugen's already trying to back off, and
Slater?
unfortunately for Flash, we'll see. Slater gonna try once more on this Ezreal. The knockup is there. Mission has to flash away. Slater still on the chase. It's gonna be Lantern. Gemini's still alive. Now he gets taken on down. PK gets him down, but the target selection on the side of Machi is never in the right place. Slater is still alive, and he is carrying this team on his back as Stark goes for the TP. PK still alive, but he has to go back to the base.
Slater had his blade completed, he has damage, and they have enough damage and a minion wave to end this game. PK still alive though, so maybe he can hold. Flash, though, they are committed for this. Top lane
And
in
my
here.
lord, Slater, we asked when we were going to see this Slater, when we were going to see the Slater that people say this could possibly be one of the best AD carries outside of a major region, has shown up here in 2 back-to-back fights, practically 1v9ing for the side of Flash. We'll take another look.
Beautiful to see such seamless confidence. Flashbacks to death over in the LCK, just thinking about the best Ezreals in the world. This is movement that replicates them. This is such confidence, and it feels like he goes untouched. Credit to Mission to actually trying to turn around and burst him a little bit later on. By the way, shout out to Yijin for solo killing a Rek'Sai on support Trundle jungle. I don't know how that happens, but it did. And then, yeah, Slater just goes crazy. You can see the rest of his team backing off, channeling their recalls while Stark dives in, saying, look, let's not fight this. But then Slater's like, we can do this, we got this, I got this, and carries the rest of the squad kicking and screaming. Quicksilver sash in inventory now, so no Mordekaiser ult on him anymore, and more 1v5 performances surely to come through from the stellar AD carrier Flash.
Well, that's the issue. I was going to say, all right, well, PK needs to save his ultimate for this Ezreal. Don't matter anymore. He's got QSS. He'll get himself out of the death realm. And Machi, what it felt like was one of their win conditions. This game has tumbled out of control with Slater picking up 7 kills in the last 2 fights. This Ezreal's now online. It might have been a defensive build. It does damage now. And with that, Flash are going to go ahead and start pushing in, get the 2nd tier tower in bot lane.
Yeah, Flash, they're not too good at juggling other waves though, and you can see that despite having these super minions come crashing in, they are still struggling to push mid and top.
Koala
Still
could
fishing
just
for a
get
fight
caught
bot
out.
side though.
We've seen that one happen
Infernal
before.
Drake?
Infernal
Yeah.
is alive. Gemini needs to find a seal. They need to find something here if you're on the side of Machi. Over the wall, it's too late. Dragon Soul secured, and you see PK, he's in the death realm. He's trying to make something happen. The rest of Machi, they're just going to watch him die at this point. Goes golden for half a second, maybe gets his shield, gets himself to the lantern to survive. And Machi won't lose out on the fight, but they do lose the soul.
Infernal Soul super crucial here because suddenly that 65% sweet spot where the Syndra R kills a carry is now looking like 80 odd because of the extra damage from that buff. As well as that, the Ezreal poke being insane at this point and just further augmented by the additional damage granted by that does mean that Machi, unless they find the insane flank, unless they find the insane backline access, should be not long for this world, much like their bot lane in Hib.
Oh, Kati over the side. Bruce has to heal as
True Shot Barrage is
Slater
up.
gets a full combo. True Shot Barrage is available, but Slater decides not to use it. Instead, going to head on back. Does have a teleport to rejoin in on the fight. The Supers start pushing in toward the mid lane.
I just realized how OP Ezreal is for Flash, by the way, and that is because he can ult the side waves, and suddenly it doesn't matter that they fight regardless of map state.
Here we go. Slater just steps up, gets some decent damage. PK wants to step forward. Meanwhile, Mission trying to take down multiple members, has a package available. Pallet's going to get taken on down. And without a support, there you go. Let's see whether or not they feel confident enough on the side of Machi to go for a fight. Instead, they're happy just taking picks, waiting for the inhibs to respawn.
Credit to Mission there for salvaging the game, put off the siege coming through from Flash there by picking off the support members. I want to see more confident play coming through from Flash. Go crazy. Don't coin flip it, but just pressure your lead. Infernal Soul to 2 Drakes is certainly something they can work with, to say nothing of the current gold advantages rocking up in the inventories of their carries. That being said, Machi's carries certainly no slouches, and their Baron take with this double AD carry threat comp is going to be pretty darn fast.
This is kind of Machi making this call here that they have to try and make something happen. They have to find something on the map to go in their favor. Mission in mid lane, getting a little bit aggressive. Koala lands the hook. True Shot Barrage is going to cut on through. Ends up hitting no one. Start going down very low. But there you go. The Scatter of the Week is able to find it. And there you go. Yijin gets a little bit too far forward, but it doesn't matter. PK in the front line, but he's absolutely getting destroyed here. Slater's still alive. There you go. PK's down. They press on forward.
Slater's
and Flash are looking to bring the series to game point as they take down Machi here in game 3.
Slater finds the way into that fight, but the rest of Flash secure it for him. They lead this Ezreal in there, they lead this Ezreal to victory, and they lead Flash to a game 4 with a victory under their belt.
Match point now in hand for Flash as the VCS has awakened here in playoffs and Machi on the brink of elimination.
This series is not going the way we thought it would have gone. Domination from the VCS squad, and that early game was cool. Wasn't super promising, but it was fine. It was like, okay, Machi now they've got out of that terrible situation. They can get to their mid to late game team fights. They can scale up. They can win it all. But by the time those fights did come around, oh man, the carries from Flash went crazy.
Yeah, can we just give Slater MVP of this series? Even if Machi turned this back around to get game 5.
That one game.
One game. Like, we asked when we were going to see this Slater. When were we going to see Slater be this hype man that we had built up over the course of this tournament and never got to see on Flash? We finally get to see it here in playoffs on an Ezreal of all picks too. Absolutely disgusting.
Really, really good skirting around the side of these fights. And to be fair, this looked like it was all in favor of Machi. Mission just popping off here. Slater with the 0 damage build. It didn't look super promising for Flash, especially since they lost that super early Dragon Soul win condition that they had built themselves towards off of like a coin flip team fight. That being said though, just immediate turnarounds. Another heartbreaking Drake scenario. Again, it just looks like Machi all the way down. They're cleaning up, they're getting the team fights, they're getting everything. But we're going to see that Baron replay in a bit, and you take it, because you're going to freak out, and I'm going to freak out, and we already freaked out over it.
It's so disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting what we got to witness here. It's Slater's walking up, and it's just, what can you do? This is insane. This one man, Bruce, he tries to play smart here. He's like, I'm going to try and interrupt it. And Slater says, screw that. I'll jump into the pit. And my God, he could have got a penta if it wasn't for the damage from the Baron. Absolutely disgusting. You know what the MVP is. We can skip this screen. As now Flash are looking at match point and eliminating the second seed from the PCS.
The most poetic part of that play was that he died to his own death dance. He chose to go on his own terms, 0-4, and that's what matters. And finally, we're seeing the Slater we were promised that you said, and I still have my reservations about him and Palette in lane together, because, they're gelling, they're building synergy, but man, that confident team fight prowess just coming out of the gate. And that was against Bruce on an Aphelios that popped off the game before.
Yeah, so with that now, the question becomes, what is going on here with Machi? As we would say in the PCS, this is kind of Machi might actually just be, mentally just gone here at this point. It feels like they are making so many uncharacteristic mistakes that we see from this squad, considering we saw such clean play yesterday where they went 3-0. And considering the fact that we've seen clean play from them in the PCS. Now, not to say, though, they were down to match point in the final of the PCS, and they were able to bring it back. So they might have the curse of Talon, where every series must go the full distance. We'll see whether or not that is the case. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it's Game 4. Can Flash close out the series and make it to the grand final, or will we see a Game 5?
run again. You wanna dose of this right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal gal gal. And when I start to talk that oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는 level.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set now for our fourth game of the night. And I'll be frank, I don't think a lot of people were expecting for me to say these words. Currently, Flash up 2-1 over Machi in the playoffs, and a strong possibility of eliminating them and making it into the grand final.
Yeah, genuinely a lot of upsets so far, with Flash taking that lead. Not only did they have that insane back and forth game 2, but that comeback in game 3, mostly dictated by the man who finally delivers on all of the hype, on all of the narrative, on all of the storyline. This is Slater playing on the international stage at the level he played at in the VCS.
Yeah, no, like we get to see final Slater, apparently. That's what they like to call him over on the, VCS style community. They pretty much say, yeah, you know what, if Slater is able to, get all these resources, get everything funneled in onto him. But that's the thing. I don't think we necessarily saw that this game. I felt like that was Slater actually stepping up and kind of taking what he thought deserved to be his own.
Yeah, I credit a lot of this early game success to Flash to the intelligent pathing from Yijin and just good pressure coming out of Kati. And then Slater decided to take the game for himself into his own hands and run with it. So let's see if Machi do decide to shut down that man in the bot lane a little bit in our fourth game.
We'll see if bans are going to be directed down there. Either way, we actually do have a bit of a swap of sides. It's going to be Machi actually on red side for this game, Flash on the blue side. And we start things off with pretty similar bans. I don't think much is going to change here. Maybe Machi try and change something up here on their bans. And yeah, they actually are going to go elsewhere other than the Aphelios. Unfortunately, Bruce just hasn't been able to completely carry the team on his back, and they don't want that getting first picked by Flash.
Mildly tragic to me is any team that has to ban blue side Aphelios. That being said, if Machi don't think about taking out that Graves, they could run into a sticky situation where Yijin gets his hands on this jungler that Gemini has frankly looked much more impressive on relative to his other champions.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and we will see whether or not Flash, though, are going to just first pick it. That's the possibility here is Machi, they have to decide whether or not they want to ban out something like that Graves, or there's still that Nidalee still available too for Yijin, or even pocket picks like that Skarner. Flash have options when it comes to this draft, as it feels like Machi are the ones that have to rotate, that have to try something different.
And there is one of those pocket picks, but it's going to be one of Kati's in the mid lane now taken out. That Galio that did so well at neutralizing Machi on that day one encounter between these two giants, taken off the board. And there's that Graves that we mentioned. That go-to pick for Gemini is also a pretty hefty one for Yijin too.
There you go. So, Yijin gonna have the Graves this time around. Gemini will see Mission. Do we get to see Mission Syndra once again? Or even Bruce possibly? Likely not, as the Aphelios was banned out. That's usually the answer in the bot side, but I'm kind of 50-50 on Mission Syndra as far as this tournament has gone.
You're 50-50 on Mission Syndra. I'm like 20-80 on Bruce's Syndra, so this has
True.
gotta go somewhere.
True. Interesting enough,
I like
though,
the set.
The set pickup.
Yeah, this has been one of Stark's more reliable champions. Consensus seems to be that it's pretty close to broken on 10-10, but we haven't seen any priority at all, really, around it so far this tournament.
So we see now, it's going to be the Kench Senna bot lane. So for Slater, not going to be necessarily flashy this time. Going to be trying to funnel in gold onto the Senna, allow it to scale up as it were. Now for Machi, what do they look to answer here? As, wow, do we see the Lee Sin from Gemini? This feels like Machi are kind of throwing away everything that we thought was, maybe not working out for them, saying, yeah, you know what? Ooh, do we get to see Gemini on Nidalee? Okay.
I do like this for Gemini. He's been very, very intelligent about answering ganks across the board. It pairs nicely with the Syndra because you can just QE and then set up for a good spear into instant burst from the Nidalee. She's very mobile. She lets Gemini use his, brain, as it were, to move around the map. He's been so good at answering objectives. And as well as that, Nidalee actually has a slightly faster clear than the Graves. She clears about 5 camps for every 4 of the Graves. So if Gemini can get on the board and Yijin can't find success in the ganks early, which is where Graves excels over Nidalee, then it should just be an advantage for Gemini in the long term.
All right, so let's see now. Lissandra actually going to be banned out as well, pretty much preventing Kitty from actually being able to, maybe lock down Mission that hard. I'm interested too if we get rid of, say, maybe a LeBlanc as well. Just try and keep something a little bit safer for Mission because he is going to be on the Syndra with not a whole lot of mobility, and I feel like that's going to be a main target on the side of Flash.
Yeah, so the Malzahar was the go-to for Kati when he did have his champion pool pinched just that little bit. Usually you'd see Yijin rock the pocket niddly, and then the Malzahar show his face in the mid, just to guarantee that spear landing. But as you mentioned, LeBlanc being banned out, these mid lane pools looking pretty shaky right now, but of course you do always have that possibility of sending that first rotation Syndra towards Mission in that mid lane.
All right, so LeBlanc going to be banned out, so they are expecting possibly Bruce may rotate, but here you go. We get to go on to Bruce's more standard pickups that we saw throughout the regular season. It is going to be the Misfortune.
Yeah, it does kind of default this team comp into more of a 5v5 kind of execution. The thing is that now we're looking at Mission on the Syndra. You said you weren't super impressed with it. Think about the fact that Corki, Azir, Kassadin, all of these winning formulas for Mission in the mid lane still available, and yet they're off the board for Machi here. They're saying, look, let's take Syndra, let's hopefully one-shot the Senna, and yeah, I'm not entirely sold on that, if I'm honest.
Are you going to be able to, especially when you have now a Kench, on top of that, a Karma getting locked in, and a frontline Ornn that's just going to be looking to peel for the backside of Flash, where, you know, Yijin and Slater are going to be trying to kite for their lives.
So I'm not entirely sold on the fact that we do see the Karma come in for Kati. Yes, it can get a lot of prio mid and support the team. I like it in support role more than mid, but of course it does have to go mid. Sorry, I just dropped my pen. Yeah, so the Yuumi swapping between the Yuumi and the Aatrox there, just like, hey, we can flex the set if we want to. In the end, though, they are just going to send it top into start.
So there we go. That's going to be your draft here. Machi going to be trying something a little bit different. We get to see Gemini on, again, an aggressive jungler with that Nidalee. I think Bruce is going to be falling back. Koala not going to be on the hard engage support this time around, more or less just trying to keep Bruce alive, trying to keep him healthy, and trying to peel while he can.
I want to see Yijin play the farm game early. Yeah, it's nice when he can show his face, but honestly, I think he's fine just to put a smoke screen down when the Nidalee shows her face in that middle lane.
We'll see now. For Machi, reminder, again, this is do or die. You lose this game, you're going to get knocked out. On the side of Flash, they're one game away from making it into the final. We get ourselves a good old PCS versus VCS final, which is always great to see.
International, you get the first place seed from Vietnam, you get the first place seed from the Pacific
It was
Championship Series.
destined.
Clash of Titans. That being said, can't write Machi off quite yet, despite the fact they did lose the past two games in rather heartbreaking fashions. There's still a possibility. They have some comfort picks. Bruce on that Misfortune, always pretty fun to watch because he does show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm interested because, you know, for Machi too, you got to win this game if you want to have that shot at, you know, breaking the tiebreaker between them and Talon in the head-to-head. Can't let an opportunity like that go away if you're a Machi fan yourself. Nonetheless, we'll be loading on into the map quite shortly. I do hear we did have an audio issue with one of the players' mics. So once we get that sorted out, we'll be heading on into the Rift. This time around, it is like, I have to question for Machi. You like you mentioned, two heartbreaking losses back-to-back. And trying so hard, especially that game two. That game two really did feel like it could be in Machi's hands, where it slowly withered away. And I have to ask, you know, can the players keep up the mental to try and keep themselves focused here on this matchup now heading into game four?
That will be the name of the game, and we have a trial by fire for some of these players. Nidalee very hit or miss for Gemini, quite literally, throwing spears, you know, either they find their target or they don't. You have Mission on Syndra that he hasn't looked spectacular on in the past, but Misfortune Yuumi bot lane should be the way to go.
Well, we're going to go ahead, load on into the Rift, game four between Flash and Machi.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And already Gemini Fishing for spears. No.
Yep, hit or miss. Miss.
Hit or miss. Miss. All right.
Miss.
Hit or miss. That kind of feels like the play style we've kind of seen from Machi. There's been a couple times where they've been, caught out guard. They've been making plays that have been rather unusual, splitting up their team during that last 40-minute team fight back in Game 2, where the team knows that if they play and stay together, that's usually where they excel. They've always been this kind of late-game team fight style of play that they like to see from their compositions. That's why you always see, the Azir. We see the Corki come out from Mission, where he's allowed to, apply a bunch of AoE damage. It still kind of feels like now they're doing that here with Bruce, but position-wise, it has been, them getting caught out time and time again.
Yeah, and that's why we now find them taken to March E point.
Oh, boy. Oh,
yeah, well, really
nope.
Unfortunate for the stylistic mismatch is the way to go here, O4, because Flash just make Machi play their game time and time again. But actually, speaking about that scaling game and potential early avenues for Machi, I want to point out Gemini on this Nidalee opting for Electrocute. Sometimes we see the Dark Harvest to augment the siege. Sometimes, especially from the Vietnamese junglers, we see the Conqueror to get the trading down. This Electrocute is all about the early burst. You should expect Gemini to be moving pretty reliably and fishing for these fights as soon as possible.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. It's hard to get down toward that bot lane. You can always, again, tag the Kench, but getting on top of Slater may have some trouble. Meanwhile, PK, he's pushed very far up, and this is a little bit out of character for him, because guess what? Gemini isn't on the top side of the map. Yijin is, and that's an easy kill here for this Grave. Sure, you could try and flash away. Well, it's going to be first blood going on over to the Graves.
Yeah, Stark just allowing himself to get knocked around pretty hard up in that top lane, baiting for Yijin, who does path up there prior to even clearing out his second buff. Really good early pressure coming through from the Team Flash jungler. He is on the board already, and he looks to subsequently punish one of the weaker, or rather more questionable, members of the Machi that we see today.
Well, yeah, I gotta ask. In most cases for Machi, we see them be the ones that, do this exact play. Let the top laner push in. Gemini is able to go get a quick kill. Well, Gemini, he did a full clear on his bot side, so it's weird that we see PK be the one that wants to try and get aggressive, but hey, there you go. Try and catch out Yijin on the Graves. Might be your answer. Over the wall we go. They get themselves a quick knock-up. Flash over the wall. He gets himself, again, the shielding from Kati, but it's not going to be enough, and that is a kill going on over to Mission as he picks up double buffs, and Gemini here might be able to pick himself up a kill. Flashes on in. Oh no, Gemini too close, but he gets himself the auto attack, and the kill will come through. Stark is looking to at least trade back, flashing on over the wall. Gemini has really nowhere left to go, and he'll get taken down.
Hefty commitment from the Machi mid-jungle duo, and that is because they knew Yijin flashed to kill PK earlier. In the end, it's answered wonderfully by Stark, but it's still a huge swing in tempo back into Machi's wheelhouse.
Now Mission staying in the lane. Yijin has respawned, and he's just going to get his double buffs back, and for Machi, that's a disaster.
You see me on the cam, crowd can't see me on the cam, but I just face-palmed right down. I don't know why we did not expect Yijin to just go crazy there, but he did. Look, they're all in the flashless Graves. Sure, I like it. Kati doing something that I criticized Flash for not doing earlier, but perhaps at the wrong time. This time just choosing to push the wave before answering a roam. Cool, I like it. They're being more aware of wave management. Gets auto-attacked and speared to death. Good rotation from Stark. I really did not expect him to get this kill, but he did in the end. Gemini greeting for the heal rather than just waiting out the pounce CD. Does seal his own fate there. And then, yeah, Mission, bit of an overstay. Full vision control in favor of Flash. Sidesteps the orb so the QE can't come out from the Syndra. And Yijin, he was on the board with that first blood. He's now doubly on the board with a refresh on his buffs. And an Ornn mid to help back up.
Yeah, Karma's actually going to go up toward the top side. Gemini wants to try and at least come back into this mid lane to help out Mission while he can. That does allow Stark to at least get himself out of the lane. Q does land here for Mission. Still waiting. Mission's got to be careful. He's still sitting on about 500 health, so you'll see Koala coming into mid. And it seems like the chaos is taken over on the side of Machi. They're playing into the style of the VCS.
This bot lane is really weird to me because you have the Senna who doesn't like to roam, and you have the Yuumi who is also exceptionally poor at making map movements independently. Well, speaking of map movements, Yijin just going for the solo invade. I don't know if he got that camp, but he did at least, you know, put the fear back in Gemini on this Nidalee.
And meanwhile, it looks like Stark is just going to go ahead and stay in this mid lane. Meanwhile, topside, that Karma's going to start building up a bit of a CS lead over the set as PK can't really do anything in a ranged matchup. He's always going to be pushed on in, and Gemini's been too occupied on the bot side of the map to do anything else top.
And I had my reservations for how this game would pan out, and I don't think I expected, I don't think anyone expected, I certainly don't think that Machi expected the Ornn to be the first recipient of a Graves gank, and it's now the Ornn that's the focal point of pressure in the mid lane. He's being a secondary support so they can get more experience and just more tempo in favor of Yijin on this Graves.
There you go. With that Senna too, we can also add some healing, and it's going to be buffing up this Graves and trying to make him unkillable. Meanwhile, Bruce getting pretty aggressive. That's going to be the exhaust. Pallet able to eat up his carry. Ends up throwing Slater all the way back, actually, back into the lane. Bruce, though, going down low. Kill goes on over to Koala. Bruce now needs to survive. Unfortunately, Koala can't do anything. Pallet going to try and do what he can. Yijin's coming on over, and Pallet's going to be able to pick up the kill. Gemini not able to land the spear, and it is chaos in bot lane now.
Chaos, chaos, chaos all the way down. While that happened, there was a huge all-in from both junglers around this red buff. And now you even have Mission moving in, the delayed follow-up from the Syndra. It's nothing real to be gained there, but a little bit of wound licking. Machi on the retreat, trying to stem the bleeding, trying to salvage things. And actually, you're seeing on the live cam, they are doing that wonderfully by starting up an early Drake.
There you go. Drake is going to be secured. So Machi are able to at least trade back an objective. And that's kind of what we wanted to see from Gemini if the lanes get out of control. And speaking of lanes getting out of control, Bruce is dead. He can't do anything. And unfortunately, Flash here is just claiming kills left and right. And now there's a rotation. And Machi, I have to ask, is the mental still there? Because there's mistakes left and right. Mission are running away. And Flash is online.
Oh, if they got Mission there, they would have got 8 kills in 8 minutes, and that would have spelt doom for Machi. Flash accelerating the pace of the game to being towards their comfort zone, and you don't expect the Senna Tahm Kench to be the focal point of play, even at this stage of the game. I thought this lane would just be AFK City, but Flash had information, thanks to that Drake take, that Machi are entirely bot side, and yet they still commit hard for this play. They still go ham. Oh man, that is fearless play coming out of Flash, and Machi just seemed behind on the rotation time and time again.
And that's Machi having a ward in the river that should actually let them know that they have enough time to actually run away from this. And they decide just not to use that information. So if you're on Machi now, what are you going to try and do here to at least try and recover? Because meanwhile, top lane, you still have the junglers trying to answer. There's a battle of a 2v2 up there. I see Gemini, I see Yijin on the mini-map.
Yeah, so Nidalee plus Yuumi have beautiful poke. Syndra plus MF have really, really good teamfight control. Well, here's an all-in, so no poking here.
Oh boy. Slater. That's going to be the bullet time used already by Bruce. And now poor Koala, he's lined up. And Pallet is going to be able to just get another kill. This Kench now has 2 kills as well. And this bot lane is in shambles on the side of Machi.
The hugely redeeming factor for the side of Machi later, though, will be PK. He found flanks on his Aatrox. If he can find similar flanks on this set, perhaps he can get the Miracle down, bring Slater in, bring Yijin in, and shut down these Flash carries, because Kati doesn't do a whole ton of damage. As long as you can get down either the Senna or the Graves, the rest of the team comp should just fold around you, but that is going to be a tall order if the game continues on like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, Bruce just can't finish off the kill there with the bullet time, and Koala, he's a poor kid. I'll be frank, Koala's been, I think, the least attached Yumi I've seen in a while here. He is always looking to try and make something happen, but he's not a threat. She cannot look for roams nonstop and try and make plays happen. You are a Yumi. You're supposed to be staying with your carry, ensuring they're going to be safe, because if it keeps going, Yujin's just going to come on over the wall. Literally a pretty much mirror image of what we just saw. Bruce is now taking up damage. Pal is just looking to finish off the kill. May dive underneath the tower. At least the exhaust is burned, but that is so much being used by Machi's bot lane.
Koala jumped out there to jump out and in front of the Tahm Kench Q, preventing the stun from coming through. Drops the exhaust to really guarantee that, and yeah, that was really cool and collective play, but here's Machi.
Pal still able to get off his shield in time. Bruce still going to 1v1. Gemini finds himself the shutdown. Teleport came out from Kati, but unfortunately was a little bit too late. Machi are able to find a kill finally after all the chaos that has been happening in the bot lane.
Gemini almost dropped there, but made a really cool juke on the Graves collateral damage. That being said, though, it feels like both of these teams trying to, go blow for blow, and yet it's Flash that still have the onus. It's their comfort zone. It's Machi who are usually delayed on the play. This time the shoe was on the other foot, but expect Flash to answer in turn with another aggressive rotation shortly.
And luckily for Machi, they were at least able to finish off a kill in the very end. But I think this is a nice little bit of a relief finally coming out from PK. He doesn't have to worry about going up against a Karma. Finally, that Kati has actually left the lane with that teleport, has gone back to the mid lane. You can start to see him recover a little bit here.
Machi, everyone rotated up for this Herald, by the way, and we have Mission rapidly approaching that critical mass of level 11 plus Ludens for the Syndra, where she can really make a convincing case for knocking down anyone. That's why, by the way, I like the Tahm Kench and the Karma, because they will prevent someone from just getting 100 to 0'd by any form of Syndra burst at any stage of the game.
Yeah, especially during any of these team fights, as long as, Slater is nearby the Kench or even that Karma, it's going to be very hard for Mission to. So it's going to be whether or not Machi can find those picks before these large team fights actually take place.
Yeah, and with that immediate pressure being dictated top from the Herald take, it does mean that Machi have the advantage here, but we'll lose a lot of pressure bot side, we'll lose a couple of plates there, and we'll lose the next Drake.
I think for Machi, it's just trying to do what they can to funnel gold back onto Bruce, considering he already went down. First brick should go in favor of
PK engaged mid.
PK, he's able to get himself a kill, so Machi get first brick, and they also take down the Karma. Stark trying to get himself back to safety. Gemini is able to tag him with the spear. A decent amount of damage, but it is an Orin. He's still pretty tanky. Minions are also able to intercept some damage. Some more plates, though, going in mid, and this is a very slow bot lane tower being taken by Flash.
Huge rotation, huge capitalization by Machi here. They get tier 1 top, they get a solid chunk of damage out of tier 2 top, and they get the plates mid on top of the kill to boot. A massive swing back in favor of a team that we had all but written off after a disastrous start to the game.
We'll take another look here. It's just some good flank setup, and Kati has really nowhere to go. Nice facebreaker combo, who's able to set him up into the showstopper, and there you go. Easy kill.
Yep, that's how we do it. I didn't see that until, I just saw the set flash, and I looked at the minimap, and I was like, oh, sorry, Karma. I guess your time has come, Kati.
I guess you now die, Karma.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I think this is really nice, though, for Machi, considering that Bruce got shut down so early on in this game. He ended up getting killed twice. Koala also did too. Getting that influx of turret plating gold as well as the first brick gold helps even him out and actually brings him up to par.
Mission as well, doing much better on farm than he did in previous games, and now at that level 11 Luden spike that I keep hyping up the Syndra for. If Slater ever steps anywhere away from the Tahm Kench, I don't think Karma Shield makes a difference. I think that Senna is still getting 100 to 0'd by a solid unleashed power.
There we go. I gotta admit, though, Flash has kind of learned from their mistakes. A bunch of vision throughout the mid lane and through the river. They do spot out Yijin, at least trying to take this. Mission should see that there is an Orin right beside him. Is able to sidestep away from the knockup. Call the Forge God is also coming on over. Gemini nearby as well. Bruce nearby too. In comes the bullet time, but Machi, they're overcommitting so hard for simple takes like a blue buff, and it's costing them as Bruce is now going to get taken on down. And there goes all the momentum that Machi were able to get back as Flash is going to clean up the bodies in the jungle.
You are playing Flash's game now. They are taking it to Machi, the 1-2 punch. It feels like Machi can't react to it as soon as they are brute forced into a corner. They do not fight back. They are just routed. And this is giving me flashbacks to Flash Machi on day one. Mission again greeting for a blue buff when he plays Syndra and getting caught out for it.
There you go. It's just Machi overcommitting, it seems, for a bunch of things, and Flash are able to capitalize it. And with that too, Stark not being afraid to pull the trigger like that. And we were just commenting, you know, Machi felt like, okay, they're starting to get the footing back, and then Flash just come up and say, you know what, you like chaos? Oh, okay, Mission can now kill people at least.
Yeah, that level 11 Luden spike that I kept talking about, we finally see it. Yijin, though, I think he just trades his life for that tier 1 turret any day of the week.
There you go. And some extra gold. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, Bruce getting pretty far forward. I've seen this one before.
Teleport.
Bruce, he wants to try and go. He's got nowhere to run at this point. And Koala just decides to let him be. His poor Bruce. I've never seen a misfortune be caught out so often. Teleport coming out from Kadi. Whew. PK missing out on the face breaker. Mission doesn't have the unleashed power. Call the Forge God finds the knock up onto PK. Koala gets himself back to safety with the help of Gemini.
Mission's slowed.
Oh no, he gets rooted as well. Mission's gonna get taken on down. PK in the back line tries to make it happen. Wakati gets saved, but the Haymaker will find its mark. Gemini trying to do what he can, but guess what? Your consistent damage dealers are offline. You can't make this happen anymore. The final chapter only now just being used. Pallet, though, goes over the wall, and Flash are making this game theirs. It's now a 4,000 gold lead over Machi.
Two cats too fast as Machi's Nidalee Yumi duo do escape with their tails between their legs. Yeah, Yijin, he traded his life for the tower. That's commendable. I take that. We take those. Flash take those any day of the week. And then here's where it starts to get crazy. Stark TP'd mid. And then you're like, all right, this played out the way it did. No, sorry, it was the Tahm Kench that TP'd mid, and then they got a kill. Sure, I thought that was it for the play though, but as soon as Forge God comes back up, they say, look, commit for this TP2, Kati, or we'll back you up, we'll do something with it. And it's just one huge all-in later that really cements Flash's teamfight skirmish advantage.
And on top of it too, they were able to pick up the Ocean Drake. They're going to start stacking towards Soul, and that is going to be just awful to deal with if you're on the side of Machi here. And oh boy, things are looking bad to worse.
Machi lost that fight without the insanely fed Graves anywhere near it, because he'd already been blown up prior to that. So this does not bode well for future skirmishes. That being said, Machi's still not out. Machi's still got carries. Machi can maybe salvage this, provided Flash, you know, do not end pretty soon, which is, you know, maybe a little bit too much to ask of the VCS representatives here.
Oh no, they like it. They like ending. Let's be honest. They like their quick games.
They do.
Rift Herald is going to get secured by Flash, the second one of the game. Slater also going to be happy, picking up some extra souls himself. He already has 6 kills, by the way. If you ever wanted an accelerated Senna, this is the way to go. And it's not stopping. Flash right now, it appears they are on a different level from Machi, as Machi just has no answer to this constant aggression coming out of the VCS squad.
Herald being pop mid as well, and Flash now have such a huge swing and an advantage. And I want to talk about this Flash bot lane, by the way, because they are playing like a cohesive unit now. The trial by fire for new bot lanes is seeing how they use the Tahm Kench Senna, and it's gone beautifully for Slater and Palette this game.
And there comes the Siege, able to almost knock down the inhibitor tower. Final chapter used, they get themselves a root, but it's only onto the Kench. And this early game power that's from the Nidalee, it doesn't exist anymore. it's unfortunate here on the side of Machi. It feels like this game is slipping from their grasp completely, and I don't know if there's really a way back in.
So Machi don't really have a choice here of what to do with the Nidalee. Building towards the Hourglass means she's going for team fights rather than siege. Mission had that in his eyes. Didn't feel like going for it in the end though, because the Karma shielding, the Tahm Kench W, the Senna healing, everything there can keep this still pretty tanky either way. Graves alive.
Oh no, Mission. Very far forward. You know what's going to happen. Even with the unleashed power, doesn't even bring the Graves to half health. Bruce is able to at least pick up a turret in the mid lane. They get some gold back onto the Misfortune, but Mission here, it seems like his decision making, his positioning, and just calls overall is starting to collapse like the rest of Machi.
Credit to Machi for actually trading back with that mid lane tier 1, but now also credit to Flash. They're pushing the side waves. This is, and also mid, they've Karma mid. That's beautiful. That's what they didn't do before. They just skirmish at random, at whim. Whenever they saw blood, they went for it regardless of map state. But they are learning. They are setting themselves up for success, and they look to claim it right now as they make a convincing case for this tier 2 top.
There you go. Turret's going to be taken down here by Flash. Now 5 turrets on the board. Gemini even hits that. I don't believe he could actually kill the Karma. Fishing for the spears.
This Karma, by the way,
yes, yeah,
also playing the game.
Yeah, a pretty aggressive Karma, by the way. Ludens as well as Athenes.
0, 3, and 4, not really the most stellar of score lines, but it's you
His
just
job is
you
to
just
keep
speed up your
everyone
Graves.
safe. Gemini,
Keep
there
everyone
you
safe
go.
and set everyone
You
up.
guys get yourself a lineup, but no, there's just no damage. Bruce is going to teleport in. Cool. Mission is in mid lane. Stark has answered, and Machi don't have an advantage.
The thing about Senna comps is that they don't really take Baron very quickly. Karma can keep the team alive for a long time on it, but there's not a huge amount of damage. Yijin does a lot of it, but because he's gone lethality rather than, say, like Phantom Dancer, Black Cleaver, that kind of thing, it's more of a burst kind of skirmish heavy focused Graves rather than the massive objective takes.
Now Flash looking to set up. We do also have an Ocean Drake coming in 30 seconds. So for that, Flash will be able to set themselves up nicely. It's hard to say what answer there is left here for Machi. You're hoping for a miracle team fight. You're hoping that Mission can get a 4-5-man stun into a 4 to 5-man Misfortune ultimate. And even then, I'm not sure if they have enough damage to burst people down if the shields come in before. And like that, Cold God is going to be popped. Bruce ends up flashing into it, gets knocked up, but there is the Karma shielding. They're able to boost forward. PK gets taken on down. Bullet time, it's way too late. Machi are going to be chased down in the mid lane. Bruce nowhere to run. Koala goes back to his carry. It doesn't matter. The poor kitty is going to be sent back to the vet at this point. Gets back to the Syndra, but there you go. In the back line, Gemini tries to make it happen, but Flash are cleaning up the bodies in mid lane, and Machi get absolutely demolished and aced.
I was gonna say that this Nidalee Yumi poke is gonna get nullified completely by the Ocean Dragon Soul, but it also gets nullified by just hard engaging in their faces time and time again. Flash, pull the trigger. Flash, find the fight, and Flash stomp their way through a mid-inhib and Drake to boot.
And there you go. That's your VCS you're looking for. Aggressive plays, aggressive calls, knowing when you're ahead, and fighting until the bitter end. Unfortunately for Machi, it just does not feel like they have an answer to anything that Flash puts before them.
Aggressive on, man. Like, yeah, Stark, you're feeling it. This is what happens when a tank player gets ahead, by the way. Just zero regard for anything. Run at the enemy carries, wait for your gap closers to come back up, and just pop them on CD. Gets a solid headbutt here thanks to the tower. And yeah, you trade back, but remember how we said that this Karma has an uninspiring scoreline? She's also probably the least integral member of this composition, so even if you do knock down Kati, you do not have a chance of turning that fight around.
Yeah, this is a confident Karma still, by the way, with the scoreline. Already picked up the, Soul Stealer. Oh, my lord. You also got to factor in they have Ornn upgrades as well. That's 3 of them on the board. So it turns this goal lead into about a 10,000 goal lead across the board from Flash. On top of that, you had a Senna that was supposed to be, fasting. No. Senna is very, very fed. A decent damage, though, onto Slater, and if you take him down, that might be your key to victory, but Gemini gets blown up. PK can't do much else, and Flash are happy to trade back 1 kill for 2.
And we said it earlier, that's what happens when the Senna steps anywhere away from the Tahm Kench. Typically in our minds, we were thinking about the Syndra ult coming onto her, but the rest of Machi are the ones that commit this time around, and they're the ones that blow her up. But Yijin still does enough damage to this Baron with the 2 tanks ready to tank it up, that we may see a Flash Baron pretty darn soon.
Even though it is like it's still Graves that's fed, and Machi are going pretty far forward here. Bruce doesn't even have ultimate. If anything, it's up to Mission to maybe find a miracle steal over the wall. It's not going to happen. Bruce has to kite on back himself. Mission almost gets taken on down completely. Stark is just so damn fed. He's so tanky, and Yujin just walks over, shoots Mission down. The Kench comes through. The poor Koala is left alone. It's up to Gemini and PK to hold on, but Flash are looking for the base.
Flash TP in. Flash have the Baron buff. Flash have the synced minion wave. Side lanes be damned, we are running it down mid.
There you go, Machi. They can try and hold on all they wish. PK is looking to delay. Gemini trying to do the same. But my lord, VCS, it looks like they've done it. They're able to find the victory, even going down in the first game in the series. Machi aren't able to hold on. The aggression is leaking through. And for them, Machi gets to go say, I'll see you next split, because unfortunately, they get eliminated. It's Flash in the final. It's the #1 seeds against the #1 seeds. VCS versus PCS as they take down Machi.
Flash undefeated against Machi with this lineup, their core lineup. As long as they run with it, they can take it to the limit. Really, really beautiful play coming through from every member of this lineup at different stages of each game.
Yeah, that was that was a game to come out from there, and that's the kind of game we expected from the VCS squads. We expected them to get aggressive, to try and catch Machi off guard. This was one of the key aspects we talked about during the regular season of the PCS, that if you were able to play aggressive against Machi, you could get them off control. If you ban out Mission's main picks during the draft, he has to fall back to a Syndra, which, all honesty, the Syndra from him this tournament has been god-awful, to say the very least, in the positioning, in the combos. It just does not pay off for Mission, it seems here. Maybe he's having a bad weekend. But Machi, they just got outclassed.
Yeah, the thing about Mission there as well was that his pool was still up. Azir, Corki, like, I was so hyped to finally see the Azir not banned this series, and we didn't see it at all. Whether that was Machi respecting the fact that Azir doesn't have the luxury of scaling versus an aggressive in-your-face team like Flash, or just sheer oversight or cockiness on their behalf, it didn't work out in the end, and they lose handily 0-4 against this particular lineup of Flash.
Yeah, it just seems like this lineup of Flash is, what we came to expect from them from the regular season. Even, with, Pallet coming over from GAM as well, had himself some good performances too during this series. So overall, it's congratulations over to Flash. They're able to qualify. They're able to beat out Machi, which a lot of people, if you consider how Machi played yesterday, was not expecting this to take place. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from our final game.
Yeah, and I mentioned that Senna Tahm Kench is a trial by fire for any bot lane that looks a little shaky in their synergy, but they played together really, really well, except for that time when Slater got caught out around mid. But look how they dance around these skirmishes. Look how they wait to donate kills to each other. Look how they set up for each other. Look how Machi moves as a cohesive unit and continues to fish for picks when other teams would have just backed off entirely.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, Machi, they kind of commit to the plays that they think they have to commit to. They have to get something. When there's many opportunities that we could have said, you know what, if you back off, you lose one member, sure, it's not the end of the world. But they always said, we need to trade back. We need to get something else, but it just never panned out.
It really did not. And this game, their win conditions were tenuous at best, because in terms of frontline for the Misfortune, because you have Yumi in her pocket, the only real frontliner you have is the Set, so even if they transition to the mid game in an even game state, it's still really difficult. And I said that Set needed to find flanks to really get on top of these carries. If he's flanking, who's frontlining for the MF Syndra Yumi? Certainly not Nidalee, so I don't think Machi entered this game with really any sort of cohesive game plan from the draft phase.
Yeah, I think that's as much as you can say here. So with that, Flash are going to be able to take home the victory, and they advance on to our grand final against Talon Esports. MVP for our final game, it's going to be Ejin on the Graves once again. So congratulations to him. And for Flash, this is the roster that looks strong, and it kind of makes me wonder if they played this roster the entire tournament, could we have seen a different outcome? Would Flash be the ones waiting for Machi and Talon in the finals? I have to ask.
Potentially. Well, that being said, just watch them start Naul in the first game of the finals, just to be the litmus test for
saying,
how the enemy mid is playing.
I may be a PCS caster, but you know what? I like the idea. I like trying to give Talon some false hope, possibly. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. That's maybe what they did this series. They said, "Oh, you're confident? Oh, that's too bad. We're just going to go ahead and roll over you." So nonetheless, we get to see the excitement, and we get ourselves a proper final. I am happy to see that the VCS is able to make it on through. I was a bit disappointed from the performance we saw from GAM, but Team Flash has been able to make it up for the region.
Absolutely, and just thinking about how many of our MVP votes have been for people playing Graves, it might tell you something about that champion.
Might be a little bit broken, maybe? Who knows? But there you go. Playoffs, of course, same time, same place tomorrow, as it'll be Talon and Flash taking the stage. For those that are probably wondering, Talon will have side selection for the first game, as they are the higher seed, as we are going off PCS rules, so they will, of course, have side selection, and then loser for the series have side selection. Which is interesting, because Machi themselves, they always liked playing on the blue side, and even in this final game, they were the ones to say, hey, we want to switch it up, and we want to play red side.
Yeah, I think his Flash looked a lot more comfortable on red side for their comeback victories, but also think about the fact that as soon as they did get blue side, Flash just smashed it from minute one, and I'm wondering, how are we going to execute that tomorrow?
Yeah, I think overall it's a scary little thought to have in the back of your head. And I think if you're Talon right now, you kind of look back on this and go, well, we got to go back and watch the VODs. We got to go back and see what we can do here. Because I remember Hanvi and the team, they said, we're still feeling pretty confident. We think we can take these squads. We've done the research. I don't know if Machi kind of underestimated their opponents coming into this matchup after the performance they had yesterday. Who knows?
If Stark can show up against Hanabi, then I think he's proven himself. Already had a pretty convincing day to follow up on his day one. Just don't want another repeat of day two.
Yeah, well, from the music, we are going to be closing out the show. If you guys enjoyed the broadcast, be sure, as always, to follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you guys are watching. Thank you for tuning on into the English broadcast. For myself, the rest of the production crew, and Briz, see you tomorrow.